shrubs, trees, everything, everything just becomes so alive. The idea something is inside
And last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. Study measures compare the metabolic cell activity of the brain in the conscious and meditative states of the third eye using the PET, which is the positron emission tomography. When doing daily activities, high activity is measured in the brain where the third eye is located, and when in the deep state of samadhi, only the third eye region is active, and almost 90% of the rest of the brain is at peace. And now, without further delay, let us get ready to witness the Sakshi Pramana, live demonstration of the power of third eye being manifested by the Balasants of the Nithyananda Gurukul. Along with me, I have an extraordinary Balasant, Manitya Kaladharananda, who is 15 years old, and she is going to be demonstrating this power of third eye to all of you today. I request the slides to stop being shared. Yes, all of you can see the medically tested eye band. In front is a complete opaque sheet, and behind is a thick sponge. You can see there is nothing inside the sponge. And there's no possible way of light entering in the sponge, as there is no gap between the opaque sheet and the sponge. And this is the eye band I'm going to be placing on Ma Kaladhara's eyes. Yes, sorry. Now all of you can see the eye band. There's no possible way of light entering. The sponge is completely covering, and there is no gap between the eye band. So this eye band is completely medically and scientifically certified and proven that no light can enter even with the eyes open inside. So this is the eye band I'm going to be placing on Ma Kaladhara's eyes. And I'm starting the eye band in front of your eyes and placing it on. Yes, Ma Kaladhara, are you comfortable? Yes. Yes. So all of you can see she's completely comfortable. Move to your right, left, up. You can see there's no gap, and down. Yes. So now the eye band is completely covering Ma Kaladhara's eyes. I request the YouTube comments to now be projected. Yes. Ma Pravina Surya has requested for a body scanning. Yes, Ma surely will be doing a body scanning in the next segment, as we are completing the technical glitches which we've been having for the past 2-3 days. We will surely be doing a body scanning for you in the next segment. Now I request all of you to go ahead, post your comments, and you can go ahead and post anything you want in the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, and Ma Kaladra will be reading it out loud with her IBAN on.
Yes, the latest comment is from Pravina Surya. She has posted hi ma, and the previous comment is also from her. She has posted I want to scan my body with 2 dots and then please help. And the first comment is also from us, Serena, and she has posted Nithyananda.
You posting your comments. Anyone who wants to see and witness this extraordinary Shakti of third eye reading, please go ahead, post anything you want. You can post medical terms, scientific terms, emojis, numbers, shapes, anything you want, paragraphs, and Ma Kaladra will be reading it out loud.
Yes, the next comment is from CAROLAPORKLER. As posted, I am as old as the sun. I am as new as the sunrise.
All of you saw how with her eyes blindfolded, Ma Kaladra was able to read. This is actually a beautiful quote which Swamiji says. Yes.
The next comment is from Sita Narayan, and he has posted Nithyanandam. I would love to scan my body to know what is causing pain in entire body. Blessings. And the next comment is from Nithya Perumal, Nithya Perumal, and he has posted Nithyanandam everyone. And the next comment is also from Sita Narayan, and he has posted Nithyanandam unable to control blood SUGRAR, no discipline. Can I know the root problem, please, ma? And Peter WAJDA has posted Nithyanandam with a smiley emoji with a ring, blue color ring on the head with the 3 namaste emoji. And Sita Narayan has posted very good. You're awesome.
All of you saw how Ma Kaladra continuously read all the comments with her third eye and was able to so fluently read it. A beautiful demonstration. I'm going to be now removing the eyeband of Ma Kaladra. All of you can see that the eyeband is completely intact and there is no possible way of light entering. And this was the very eyeband which Ma Kaladra manifested and showed this demo with. Amazing. That was a beautiful demonstration of the power of third eye. Please stay tuned. I saw so many people have posted requests for a body scanning. Yes, in the next segment, we are going to be manifesting the power of body scanning. So just stay tuned and we'll be back with the Balasans of the Nithyananda Gurukul who are going to be demonstrating the power of body scanning for all of you. Please stay tuned and you will be witnessing this extraordinary Shakti. Let us now move on to the next segment, which is the Pramanas for the power of body scanning. Yes, so let us now see the Shastra of body scanning, which comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tattvani yani nilayam dhyattvante vyadyate para. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constituted principles of your whole body, Swadeha, or of the whole universe, simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva, and by the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi, Adishakti, is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens. The next is the Apta Pramana, which is the reference for the power of body scanning from the life of a Siddha named Teriyar. Teriyar was a Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agatya. One day, a man suffering from a severe headache comes to Agatya for healing, and Agatya uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache. He reveals that there is a small tere, a type of frog, sitting in the person's brain. Agatya immediately instructs Teriyar, his disciple, to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. After the surgery is completed successfully, the person is healed and cured of the headache. Thus, he gained the name Teriyar. Third is the Atma Pramana, which is from the life of His Divine Holiness Swamiji, who has also authenticated and time-tested this science. Swamiji beautifully shares, paraphrasing his words, only when I had a multiple compound hand fracture was I forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs, and it was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body scanning, body condition due to the poison. Through body scanning, I found out what the problems and imbalances had happened and where the balance had to be done. I used allopathy as a second opinion just to verify my findings. And all these avatars, these incarnations, and these living and enlightened beings are born as awakened beings. And even though they take the human body, they are much, much beyond suffering. Any incident which happens in their life is not an accident, it is an Leela, it is a divine play. They are beyond the usual sufferings of birth and death. And last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, the Sakshi Pramana. All of you can see so many of the disciples who have shared their experience of foundation in the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda Facebook page. And let us now witness the live demonstration of the power of body scanning by the Balasins of the Nithyananda Gurukul. So we'll be back right after a short break. Yes. So now I'm back with the Barisans of the Nithyananda Gurukul, Masoni, who is 16 years old, and she is going to be demonstrating this power to all of you today. And yes, so I can see so many people have requested for a body scanning, and for the past few days we've been facing technical glitches and they were not able to hear. So yes, we will surely be doing the body scanning. And yes, I request the comments to be scrolled up. Ma Soni, Ma Pravina Surya has actually requested for a body scanning. She has requested before itself asking regarding her weight, why the numbers on the scale is not reducing. So please go ahead and do a body scanning from Ma Pravina Surya. And
Nithyananda Pravina Surya, I had scanned you day before yesterday, and the solution for you and the revelation for you was that Paramashiva revealed that you are not able to decrease your weight because there is a thought of impossibility in you, ma. You are thinking that whatever I do, you are doing so many things, you're doing so many spiritual things, outdoor things, but even then you're not able to reduce your weight. So, and because of that, you are having a thought of impossibility, ma'am. So, Paramashiva will reveal the solution as the minute you complete with the thought of impossibility, you will see the drastic change in your body, ma'am, and you will manifest whatever you want.
yes, so this is a body scanning from Ma Pravina Surya. And Ma Pravina Surya has also posted, I'm having a problem with my siblings, some wealth issues. When will this sort out now? It's supposed to be 50-50 as my parents passed away, and he is delaying it. Hope Swami will bless to move all obstacles. Yes, ma. You can also request whenever Bhagavan Irena Paramashiva Sundareshwara comes, you can also request for blessings for this. And when Devi Parashakti comes in the form of Swamiji, you can request, and Devi and Sundareshwara will definitely bless you, and you will be cleared from all your obstacles. Ma Carola Toykler has posted for a request for a body scanning as she was diagnosed with anemia at emergency hospitalization. The critical low hemoglobin HbA is at 7-8. It must at least be at 30. Yes, ma'am. A few days back, I did the body scanning for you. Paramashiva revealed that it is a lot of heat and toxins which is in your body, which is causing this problem. And Paramashiva revealed that every day before sleeping, apply turmeric on your forehead with the kumkum and place onions below the foot. And one more thing which will really help you is to do the oil pulling. With turmeric and coconut oil, do the oil pulling. You can even search up about it on internet. Swamiji has actually beautifully explained this technique, and it will really help you remove the toxins. Manana Pradhani has posted, I had a surgery on my left ear yesterday. The surgery went well. The ear is still bleeding. Many thanks for your help. Please do a scan and send me healing for my left ear. Yes, ma'am. Ma Soni will be doing a quick scan for you. I request the comment section to be scrolled more down. Okay, Ma Sita Narain has posted, Nithyananda Ma, I would love to scan my body to know what is causing pain in my entire body. Yes, ma, surely will. And Sita Narain has also posted, unable to control blood sugar, no discipline, can I know the root problem? Yes, ma, I will be doing the body scanning for you now. Yes, ma, Soni, you can go ahead.
Nithyananda Ma Jnanam Pradayini, you had shared with us that your left ear, after surgery also, your left ear is continuing to bleed. So Paramashiva revealed the solution as to apply turmeric in the part where it's bleeding. In your left ear, apply turmeric in the part where it's bleeding, ma. The bleeding will get stopped in 3 days. Apply turmeric continuously, and the bleeding will get stopped in 3 days.
Beautiful, amazing body scanning for Ma Jnana Pradhani. I request Ma Pravina Surya, Ma Carola Toykler, and Ma Jnana Pradhani to get back in the chat section. Ma Sita Narayan, Paramashiva revealed the root cause of all this body pain is just self-doubt, Ma, and self-denial. You are continuously denying yourself and feeling that you cannot do anything, you cannot expand, you don't have a possibility to do anything. This is actually causing the entire pain in the body, and Paramashiva revealed a simple solution just to completion yourself every day and start doing Surya Namaskar. Every day just do the Surya Namaskar and you will start getting healed from this. Yes. I request the comment section to be scrolled down. Okay. Payata Wadzda has posted, please scan my son's body, please. He was diagnosed today with some parasites in the body. Yes, I request you to just get the consent of your son. But if he is below the age of 7, then surely we'll do the body scanning with your consent. But if he is old enough to take decisions for himself, please do get the consent of your son. Then we'll be doing the body scanning. Maheshaya has posted, Nithyanandam, I want to scan my kidney and whole body because some days before I was scanned and told by you about kidney stones, and I am taking castor oil regularly. Since then, as solution given. Day before yesterday, the voice was not clear and not understood the solutions given by Paramashiva. Yes, sir, yes, surely Masoni will be doing a body scanning and revealing the solution again.
Nithyananda Maheshaya, Paramashiva had already revealed the solution for this. Paramashiva revealed that your body is still recovering, your kidneys are still recovering, and Paramashiva revealed that to get a scan of the kidney and then continue for the solution for at least 1 week and 1 month, and then go again and have a scan of your kidney, and then you will see the drastic change in your kidney, the drastic change in your body and your kidney.
Yes, and Paramashiva also revealed in my third eye for Maheshaya that it's also because of a lot of heat and toxins which this problem is taking some time to heal. So Paramashiva revealed to place onions below the foot and sleep and to do the oil pulling. And you can search for the technique. Swamiji has beautifully given the technique. You can search on internet or in the Living Enlightenment. Ma Jnana Pradhani has posted, thank you. Ma Carola Torkler has posted, thank you, you are awesome. And Ma Sita Naren has posted, okay, Ma, thanks and blessings. Yes, thank you all for getting back in the chat section. Parate Vajraya has posted, yes, he is below 7, he is 4.5. Yes, Saya, surely will be doing the body scanning for you. You reveal that he has been diagnosed with some parasites. Surely I'll be doing the body scanning for you now. For your son now. Okay. Yes, Paramashiva revealed that your son is actually not, the food in his stomach is not getting digested properly. That is the reason why he is being slowly forming parasites. And one more thing is that first solution which Paramashiva revealed is to drink the puja water every day. Just offer some water to Swamiji and drink that puja water, whatever you offer, and you will be healed from it. One more thing is because the food is not getting digested properly, Paramashiva revealed that he has to drink neem juice every morning. Just with neem juice every morning, you will be completely healed. And just apply a paste of turmeric and neem on his body every day before taking bath, or at least alternative days just before taking bath, and Paramashiva will completely heal. And Mahesh Aya has posted, thank you, Ma. Ma, oil pulling with sesame or coconut oil. Yes, Aya, whatever it is, Swamiji has beautifully revealed the technique in the Living Enlightenment book. You can actually search it up as per what Swamiji revealed. Yes, and with this, we would like to conclude this session. We thank all of you for joining us in this power manifestation session today. And go ahead, call your family members, friends, call anyone who you want to witness these powers every day being manifested by the Balasons of the Nithyananda Gurukul. So we'll now be concluding this session and moving on to the next segment, the Divine Feminine Consciousness. We'll be joined with Madhura soon, and we will be learning so much about Devi Parashakti. With this, we thank all of you for joining us. Thank you, Nithyananda. Yes, Nithyananda Madhura, you can go ahead.
Yes, Nithyananda everyone. And thank you, my Yoga Prana. So that was a great power demonstration that all of us just witnessed by the Balasons from Nithyananda Gurukul. And now we'll be moving to the next segment of this program where we will be seeing and learning about who is Devi Parashakti, the Divine Feminine Consciousness. So we'll be first looking at Dhyana Shloka of the Parashakti, which comes from the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Shloka. Sindhurarunavigraham trinayana manikya spurat तारानायकशेखरां स्मितमुखीं मापीनवक्षोरुहां पाणिभ्यामलिपूर्णरत्नचषकं रक्तोत्पलं बिभ्रतीं सौम्यां रत्नघटस्थरक्तचरणां ध्यायेत् परामम्बिकाम्. In the translation for this verse is the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body, with the triple eyes sporting a crown of rubies studded with a crescent moon. A face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup of mead and the other twirling a red lotus. And another Dhyana Shloka which comes from the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Shloka says, Arunam karunatarangatakshiim dhritapaşankuşapuşpabanachapam animadibhiravritam ayugaihi rahamityeva vibhavaye bhavani. The translation for this verse is, I meditate on the great Empress. She is red in color and her eyes are full of compassion. She holds the noose, the gourd, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by power such as anima of her rays, and she is the self within me. And Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in, and the source where the Big Bang and black holes go on and on. And Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, the source power, from which all of us came, in which all of us are living even now, and in which all of us are going to merge. And out of extreme love and compassion, Devi Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Point of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to all of our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. And Devi Parashakti beautifully reveals the words of Devi Parashakti herself. She says, breathing as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Shrimkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in 40 triangles, the Kailasha Swami who is in Kailasha, Shri Parajiddaman, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi, as Nithyananda, I took Nijavatara here to give good boons to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranyagarbha Swarupani, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayovana, Samraji Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion and blessing, listen, people, to do good to all of you, I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. And Devi Parashakti continues to reveal, raising an Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, and Jnana, growing as 4 Vedas, expanding as 5 Panchabhutas, beyond 6 chakras, filled as Gotras of 7 Rishis, expanding as 8 directions, existing as 9 Grahas, blossoming as 10 Indriyas, being as 11 Rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make truth blossom and to do good. Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. And now let's see how we can receive Devi Parashakti. So literally we're seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there on your screen. So always receive her in a very traditional manner. You can keep 2 beet leaves, 1 banana, on BeetleNet and a coin in front of the screen as you receive Devi Parashakti and watch Devi Parashakti on the screen. And for those of you who might be wondering what a coin is considered as, what is its importance for it to be kept as part of the plate for receiving. So a coin in the Hindu tradition is actually the traditional dakshina. It is an offering made to God at any temple or during any ritual or even at any other time. It can be the lowest value. In India, it can even be just 1 paisa, and in the US, it can even be just a cent. Swamiji says, I'm not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent, it is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. And you can offer that to Devi Parashakti. And once the darshan is over, you can do namaskar and eat the banana, the wheat leaf, and the beetle nut, taking it as prasadam immediately. You can send it to the Los Angeles temple for the further procedures. And now some of you might be wondering, what exactly does this beetle leaf and beetle nut do to you? How will it benefit you, whether it's physically, mentally, or emotionally? So this beetle leaf and beetle nut may look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really Devi Parashakti is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognitions. It will break your unconscious behavior. And now all of you can see how you can set up your tambulam. You can set up the 2 beetle leaves, the beetle nut, the banana, and the coin in a plate and keep it in front of the screen. And there are a few more additional items that you can also keep in the plate, such as flowers, kumkum, turmeric, glass bangles, and a coconut. So if you would like, you can also keep these few additional items. But the 4 basic items that are kept as part of a tambulam is the beetle leaf, the beetle nut, the banana, and the coin. So you can keep it in front of the screen and receive Devi Parashakti in a very traditional way when she comes for the darshan. And with that, we come to a conclusion of this segment where we have learned who is Devi Parashakti and how we can receive Devi Parashakti when she comes for the darshan. And we'll be moving to the next segments of this program where we will be learning what Devi Parashakti has revealed in the Akashic readings about all the various problems that the world is going through today during this pralaya and the causes and the solution of these problems. And we'll also be understanding how important it is for us to understand and follow what Devi Parashakti has revealed. So please stay tuned and we'll be back after a really short break to move on to the next segment.
Nithyananda? Yes. So let us understand what Devi has revealed as the 8 ways to prevent COVID-19. So let's first understand the compassion of the avatar. In the Guru Padaka Stotram composed by Adi Shankaracharya, the very first verse described how the Guru Padaka, the sacred feet of the Guru, is the boat that helps us cross the Ananta Samsara Samudra, the seemingly endless ocean of samsara or suffering. And in the verse, Adi Shankaracharya described, salutations to the sandals of my Guru, which is a boat which helps me cross the endless ocean of life, which endows me with the sense of devotion to my Guru, and by worship of which I attain the dominion of renunciation. Many of us have been feeling stuck in the same storming and raging ocean, being unable to navigate ourselves and lost in the overwhelming vastness of the suffering that surrounds us during this pralaya, the great deluge. Our loved ones are dying due to the pandemic. Our homes are being destroyed due to natural disasters. Social institutions are crumbling, and the whole of humanity is in a desperate and dire need of hope. It's at this time that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the incarnation of the cosmic consciousness, out of his love and compassion, having taken the spiritual responsibility for the superconscious breakthrough of the whole of humanity, is manifesting Devi Parashakti, the cosmic mother, and guiding and healing the whole world as literally the boat that sails us through this pralaya, the cosmic deluge. Devi Parashakti is herself manifesting through the Nijavatara and answering each and every one of our prayers, granting boons, healing us, manifesting miracles, removing all of our pain and suffering. And Devi has not just attended to us individually, but also as a humanity at large. Devi Parashakti has guided the whole of humanity in the form of sacred revelations of profound sacred secrets of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and by showing us the future regarding global issues, the COVID pandemic, natural disasters such as fires, floods, and more, and even the twisted human conspiracies and underground wars, which have not surfaced to common knowledge as yet. In this segment, we will be elaborating on the statistical, scientific, and scriptural references of each sacred revelation, which is manifested precisely as the same guidance emerged from Devi Parashakti for us to imbibe deeply and start following as Devi Parashakti continues to protect us until the storm ends and we are safely harbored at the shores of our consciousness. Yes, let us enter into this segment and understand what Devi has revealed as the 8 methods to protect yourself from coronavirus during this pandemic. This was revealed on the 30th of April, 2021. Let us first watch the video of Devi's revelation.
Parashodasi Meenakshi, Parameshwari Meenakshi, Parashakti Meenakshi, இங்கு எழுந்து அருளினோம் எல்லோர்க்கும் ஞானமும் தன்மையும் தந்திட நன்மையெல்லாம் அளித்திட நாமே வந்தோம் இங்கு கைலாசத்தின் சுவாமினியாய் பரமசிவன் கிரகத்திலிருந்து நம் அனுக்கிரகத்தினால் நித்யானந்தன் விக்கிரகமாய் மலர்ந்தோம். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நல்லதை செய்திட நன்மையை சொல்லிட தர்மார்த்த காம மோக்ஷம் எனும் உங்கள் நாளும் பொங்கி மலர்ந்திட வந்தேன் இங்கு. மாந்தர்கள் கொடுந்தொற்று கொரோனா கண்டு அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். 8 வழியின் மூலமாகவும் எண்ணத்தில் தியானித்து என்னை பிரார்த்தித்தல் 1, சமூக வலைதளங்கள் மூலமாய் என்னை சரணடைதல் 2, எங்கெல்லாம் என் மகமாரி வடிவத்தில் நான் குடிகொண்டிருக்கின்றேனோ அங்கெல்லாம் பூமிதித்து என்னை வழிபடுவது 3, நெஞ்சில் மஞ்சள் தடவி வேப்பம் சாரருந்தி தினந்தோறும் என்னை தியானிப்பது 4, நிர்விகல்ப நிலையிருந்து நித்யானந்தத்தை நிறைத்து உயிர்வது 5, சிவ 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 எனும் பிரபஞ்ச பெரும் நாதத்தை அஜபா ஜபமாய் நிகழ்த்தல் 6, நிறைவான பூரண மனத்தோடு வாழைப்பழத்தோலும் வெங்காயமும் குதிகாலில் வைத்து 10 நித்திரையில் அடங்குவது 7 பூரணமாய் பரிபூரணமாய் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் அருந்த உணர்வு ஸ்மரணையில் அகம் அகம் என ஸ்புரிக்கும் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் ஆனந்த ஸ்புரணத்தில் இருப்பது 8 எனும் 8 முறையிலும் என எண்ணியோர் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் இல்லை கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் தாக்கமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் மயக்கமும் வாழ்வீர்கள் வளத் நல் ஞானம் யோகத்தொடு நாமே நிம்மோடு நானே நீயாய் நீயே நானாய் நல்வாழ்வு வாழ்வீர்கள். 8இல் 1 செய்தாலும் கொரோனா உங்களை எட்டவிடாது காப்.
Let us understand what Devi has revealed, mapped into English. Oh, humans, don't be scared of the deadly infection corona. Through these 8 ways, by praying and meditating on me, surrendering me through social media, wherever I am residing, worshiping me by doing fire walking, applying turmeric in the chest, drinking neem juice, and meditating on me every day, being in the unclutched state, filling with eternal bliss. Doing the ajaba ajaba of the cosmic sound, Shiva, 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 with complete mind, applying banana peel and onion in the heels and going to sleep, being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting, in the Arunachala Spurana that blossoms as aham, aham, in the state of Ananda Spurana. Everyone who thinks on me through these 8 ways, they will not have effects of corona. They don't have fear and delusion of corona. You will live with prosperity, with wisdom and fortune. Me with you, you as me as you. You will live good life. Even if you do one of these 8 ways, I will protect you. Corona will not reach you. Don't have fear, O people. Be blissful. In these revelations, Devi Parashakti has revealed the 8 methods to protect all of humanity from COVID-19. Now we're going to go through these 8 steps and understand each of these benefits and the science behind these methods. The first step that Devi revealed is praying and meditating on me, Devi Parashakti. And science has extensively studied the benefits of prayer and meditation, and Healthline has listed the 12 science-based benefits of meditation, which include that it reduces stress, it controls anxiety, it promotes emotional health, it enhances self-awareness, it lengthens the attention span, it may reduce age-related memory loss, it can generate kindness, it may help fight addictions, it improves sleep, it helps control pain, it can decrease blood pressure, and it is, of course, easily accessible anywhere. And a study done by the US Department of Health and Human Services found that prayer and meditation have a direct benefit on our physical as well as our mental health. And another study published in Cambridge University Press reiterates the necessity of meditation during times of crisis, such as COVID-19. And Everyday Health published research on how prayer and spirituality protects our emotional health on December 7th, 2015. And they stated that it offers a bigger sense of purpose. It provides social support, it lifts the spirits, it helps you cope with difficulties. And a report published in September 2015 found that when researchers followed 191 people with congestive heart failure for 5 years, they found that those who reported feeling spiritual peace and who also made some healthy lifestyle changes were significantly more likely to live longer than their peers. And people with major depressive disorders or chronic medical illnesses who report high levels of religiosity, which include daily religious experiences, generally become more optimistic than their peers. And this was published in a study in Depression and Anxiety Journal. So and the avatar himself has directly demonstrated how meditation can impact our brains. So let us watch how exactly meditation impacts our brain.
Nithyananda participates and encourages scientific researchers to derive evidences for meditation and healing through meditation. Dr. R. Murli Krishna, President, CEO, Integris Mental Health and James L. Hall Jr., Center for Mind, Body and Spirit, Oklahoma in US, and his team invited Nithyananda to derive scientific evidences for meditation and the state of his enlightenment.
When Swamiji came, I have requested him to do one thing. I asked him, would you be willing to undergo some scientific investigation of the meditation process? He very cheerfully agreed without one complaint. He went for 3 repeat sessions for PET scanning and 3 repeat sessions for quantitative EEG sessions. And these are really not very easy tests to go through. It requires a lot of patience and a lot of willingness to do that. So we did that. Because if a meditation process is doing something to your brain, we should be able to detect that. Scientific findings are verifiable. They replicate them, duplicate them. So Swamiji went through those sessions, some interesting findings.
In PET scan, they inject a radioactive dye which goes and sits in parts of the brain that are active. In the normal, non-meditative state, the brain is very active. And when we are seeing someone, the rear end of the brain, the visual cortex, is very active, as shown in the diagram.
Usually the brain is so active, there are 100 billion brain cells there. But what meditation does is something very interesting. It shows the frontal lobes getting more active. The frontal lobe is where you have judgment, wisdom, reasoning. Here are some of the brain scans I'm going to share with you. This is alert, non-meditative state. The second one is 30 minutes into 30 minutes meditation. Look at the frontal lobes, how they light it up. They light it up big time. 60 minutes of deep meditation, and here is a deep, deep level of meditation where it lights up significantly right here. Right in the middle. Probably 1.5 inches, 2 inches deeper. What's interesting was, Swami was inside, and that's the last part of that one. See that light right here? So what's interesting was, I've never seen that before in my life. So the other parts I've seen may not be to the extent that Swamiji showed, but this is something interesting. There is something called dopamine, which is a chemical our brain is involved in. Dopamine is produced mostly in this area. And when you have any pleasurable feeling in your body, it is mediated through dopamine. It's a neuroreceptor. It's a chemical that transmits messages of pleasure. It basically evokes pleasure. If you eat, the same thing is with visual pleasures you have. Beautiful people, beautiful sceneries, nature, whatever gives you pleasure. It's mediated through dopamine. Everything that human beings experience involves dopamine. But what's interesting is that you and I have the potential to create our own dopamine in a big way. So I named it, for lack of a word in the past, the D spot, which is the dopamine spot. If you can discover your D spot, you got it made in life. The D really stands for divine spark. The D also stands for delight, and the dopamine smile. What's also interesting is that he could, at will, go in and out of those states. Those are some of the findings I want to share with you. There's so much more talk about physiology of mind and brain and the body. It's a fascinating field that this is something that all human beings can relate to, can apply in our own lives. Not only a sophisticated knowledge, but these things have application in daily life for all of us.
Nithyananda's system of free healing, known as Nithya Spiritual Healing, has been baffling the medical world, curing diseases from migraine to cancer. Qualified people are also initiated to become healers. Report of the research conducted on Nithyananda's neurological system can be found in the book Mystic Phenomena, Scientific Data.
Yes, now that we've understood how meditation impacts the brain, let us understand what the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has revealed about puja and how it is a stress buster for us. Let us watch that video now.
If you are not allowed to do yoga, made to believe early morning sleep is the best thing in your life, you are tortured, you are abused. Your divine rights are violated. If you are constantly inspired to do yoga early morning, Brahma Muhurta time, and everyday puja, sit that 30-40 minutes and melt down by feeling connection. Understand? Nothing can be compared to prayer to bust your stress. I tell you, prayer is the best stress buster. Deep feeling connection and tears rolling in your eyes and melting down. Prayer to Paramashiva. Intense yearning, Vyakulata, talking to Paramashiva, relating to Paramashiva. Nothing can be compared to that to bust your stress. I tell you, every day puja is an ultimate recharging experience. If you do everyday puja, the kind of the stress-free life you will live, your whole biological clock will be aligned to Kailasa. I tell you, I have seen the people who have the habit of Nitya Puja live long. Not just long, happy. In my whole life, it is Nitya Puja, that gave me all the best things of life. Everyday puja, relating with the deities is the best stress buster. Touch the deities, do decoration, dress up. Even now, my best time of the day is when I sit with my deities. When I sit with my deities, dress up the deities, jewel, spend time with them, talk to them, intensely pray, deeply connect and pray. Understand? You do not know the power of Archavatara. God landing in physical deity form. Never underestimate the power of Archavatara. The Archavatara is equivalent to living avatara. What living avatar can do to you, an Archavatara can do. Atma Linga I am giving to all of you is literally living Archavatara. It's a piece of God. Literally.
And the second method to protect yourself from Corona is by surrendering to Devi Parashakti through social media. During the Akashic readings, Devi Parashakti gives us the opportunity to connect with her through various social media platforms and attends to us individually, to our prayers, and showers us with blessings and boons. Let us now see how we can connect to Devi Parashakti through social media. The first way is by becoming a member of the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. It's a very simple process. You can just go to the YouTube channel and click join. And once you have become a member, you are able to ask your questions live during the Parashakti Akashic readings. And your questions will fall in the eyes of Devi herself. The next way is through Facebook, where you can like and follow Kailasa's SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam page. And during the live Akashic readings, you can ask your questions in the live video in the comment section. And the next way is through Twitter. So you can follow Sri Nithyananda on Twitter, and you can ask your questions in reply section of the tweet with hashtag #AskTheAvatar. The next way is by following Sri Nithyananda on Instagram, and you can ask your questions in the comments section. And the last way is by asking your questions on WhatsApp. You can go to kailasa.org, and there will be a WhatsApp chat box that pops up, and you can ask your questions there as well. Step 3 for preventing Corona is by worshiping Devi Parashakti wherever she resides by doing fire walking. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed about the science of fire walking. It is an alchemy process, and our rishis and munis have been adept and master in every field, whether health or keeping the society safe in every field. So all the vratams, the pujas, the spiritual techniques, the religious rituals, anything they design scientific and directly useful for life. Coronavirus will not affect you. It will not affect you at all, because the fire walking time, that small blisters you get, just shoots up your whole immunity. That power, the power to protect yourself from any virus or any problem, it's actually powerful technique. It's a very powerful technique followed in those days, especially during this season. And especially that is done very traditionally and systematically. If you had even small blisters, and even if you did not have any small blisters, you are protected already for Corona problems. You will not be affected at all. Corona will not work on you. It will not affect you. And don't worry, it's a traditional way of making you immune. Actually, it's a traditional vaccination process. It's 11 feet length, the burning live charcoal on which you are supposed to walk with the traditional powerful music, which activates your lymph system. mukulam, we call it, in the back of the neck. This music will feel like it is hitting the back of your neck, and your whole detox system will be awakened. In that peak altered state of consciousness, you should walk on fire. Not just like that, you will walk. You will first awaken, trigger the detox system, and then walk on fire in the 11 feet fire pit. If you do one fire walking, you are absolutely protected from corona. Pray to Mahamariamman and do the fire walking. That's it. It's like a traditional, powerful vaccination. Pray to Parashakti Mahamari to do the Patniratam, traditional fire walking, and you are absolutely protected from coronavirus. No need to panic. Traditional vaccination, traditional, natural, organic, no bad side effect vaccination is the Hindu fire walking. Let us understand the science behind fire walking as explained by the supreme concept of Hinduism.
All these transmutation processes means balancing the system, the whole consciousness to your whole body is what I call transmutation processes. Some parts of your body becomes insensitive to the existence because of the job it is doing, like a feet. Because of the continuous walking, it becomes insensitive. Your cheeks, how they are sensitive, they don't become, they lose sensitivity to the reality. But for the complete Kundalini awakening, your whole body needs to be alive and experiencing the reality and ability to experience the higher consciousness. That is the reason we have the process of fireworking.
And let us watch the supreme concept of Hinduism himself doing the fire walking in Tirunamalai.
சத்தியம் காத்திடும் உத்தமத்தியே சத்குருவாய் வந்த நித்திய தாயே வேதங்கள் வணங்கிடும் ஆதியும் நீயே ஜோதிமலையிலே அவதரித்தாயே அவனியை பேணும் ஞானமும் நீயே அக்னி வடிவிலே அருள் புரிந்தாயே தீயினிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி தீயினிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி கர்மங்களை கொன்றிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் கர்மங்களை கொன்றிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் தீயினிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி.
Let us understand the science behind firewalking. A study done by the U.S. National Study of Medicine, the National Institute of Health, regarding the various effects and benefits of firewalking, found that those who participated in fire walking had increased levels of happiness and lower fatigue levels compared to those who did not participate in fire walking. So let us look at the next method for preventing coronavirus as revealed by Devi Parashakti: applying turmeric on the chest, drinking neem juice, and meditating on me, Devi Parashakti, every day. So let us understand what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed about the benefits of neem juice.
Bididi. It is not, I'm not talking from air, I'm talking from ground. In Bididi, before we came to that land, 30 borewells were dug, no water. Now, from the day we came till now, we have water for 10,000 people to live comfortably in that very land. It's only pouring, pouring. Karumari's grace. Wherever we started ashram, nature completely cooperates because we know biology, whole biology thinks. If you are having bitter relationships in your life, just start drinking bitter neem juice every morning. The problem will be solved. Understand, if you are irritated, even if you don't react, even if you don't talk to people, you release that kind of vibes. Take Haritaki. You will see you release sweet kind of vibes. Take neem juice. You release healing vibes. A woman who applies neem powder and takes bath, who applies turmeric powder and takes bath, is equivalent to Karumari Mahamayi. That neem paste and turmeric powder, if a woman takes bath with that, she is equivalent to Mahamayi. She is embodiment of Karumari because she will be manifesting that same vibes of Karumari. I sincerely recommend people start doing all these activities like applying neem paste and taking bath, applying haritaki powder and taking bath, applying turmeric powder and taking bath, applying basma and taking bath, especially for men, basma, for women, neem paste and turmeric paste. All four can be used by both, all genders. That is different. If you want specific, I'll recommend the neem and turmeric for female body, haritaki and basma for male body. Understand, your whole biology things. Working on whole biology changes the whole life. So, now with this understanding the whole biology things, think Mahavagya. This is Ajapa Ajapa. Think Mahavagya. With the understanding your whole biology thinks. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Blessings to all of you. start manifesting powers now.
Understand the benefits of turmeric. Traditionally, turmeric is well known for its anti-inflammatory effects, and curcumin, which is the active agent in turmeric, has been shown in the last 2 decades to be a potent immunomodulator agent that can modulate the activation of cells, B cells, macrophages, neutrophils, natural killer cells, and dendritic cells, which are all immune cells. And curcumin can also downregulate the expression of various pro-inflammatory cytokines, including TNF, IL-1, IL-2, IL-6, IL-8, IL-12, and chemokines, most likely through the inactivation of the transcription factor NF-kappa B. And this research shows that turmeric can modulate the activation of various immune cells, as well as enhance the body's antibody response. And this essentially strengthens the immune system and can help you stay healthy and maintain an active lifestyle. And it has been reported that neem can help you in fighting against coronavirus as well. And it is a very important aspect of Ayurveda. Turmeric and neem are also effective against coronavirus, according to a study done by KGMU. And the 5th method for preventing coronavirus is with complete mind, applying banana peel and onion in the heels and going to sleep. So let us understand how you can do this. You can put onion and the banana peel in your heel, and you can put a sock over it before you go to sleep. And a study published in Medical Daily has spoken about the detoxifying effect of onion, and it emphasizes the beneficial properties of onion for our health. Onions contain a high amount of sulfur compounds, which not only give the onions that recognizable smell, but are also powerful detoxifying agents. And with more than 100 sulfur-containing compounds, which are what cause the eyes to tear, onions can help prevent and treat ailments from diabetes to heart disease, which is why it's very well known in Ayurveda as a medicine rather than for its taste and flavor. And the downstream products of onions, of these, are a complex mixture of sulfur-based compounds, and compounds from onion have been reported to have a range of health benefits, which include anti-carcinogenic properties, anti-platelet activity, anti-thrombotic activity, anti-asthmatic activity, and antibiotic effects. The next method is being in an unclutched state and filling with eternal bliss. So let us understand the science of unclutching as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
The brain is the whole physical being. Once our brain has been imbalanced, it will then transmit that imbalance throughout the whole body. Thought forms are pure energy that have the ability to influence people and everyday events in life. According to science, our brains generate an electromagnetic field which may be measured by such instruments as an encephalograph. This electromagnetic field is generated by the brain every time we think, and as our mind is never still, we may be compared to perpetual power generators. Fear produces nervous disorders. Anger produces headaches and violence. Confused thoughts produce congestion and ill health. Depression causes cancer, tumors, mental diseases,
and lowering of the immune system, causing death through own willpower. Our thoughts generate intricate energy patterns which can be detected by sensitive equipment and seen by clairvoyant individuals. These energy patterns are known as thought forms. Surprisingly, thought forms are shaped by the thoughts themselves. Each of us creates hundreds of thought forms every hour and release them into the environment. Although we cannot see them, the thought forms have as real an existence as any other form of energy. Most people can sense others' thought forms, and a continuous energetic exchange happens between people, about which we are usually unaware. This also explains why we sometimes take a sudden liking or dislike to a certain person directly on meeting them. We just catch their vibes. Unclutching is a guide for equanimity and enlightenment. Thoughts are like bubbles in a fish tank. Just as bubbles in a fish tank rise from the bottom, our thoughts also rise in the same manner. When one bubble comes and reaches the surface of the water, the next bubble starts and the third bubble starts. Because the bubbles are rising at high speed, they look like a continuous stream. But our mind is not a continuous stream. There is always a gap between two thoughts. Like the bubbles, we also experience a neutral space between two thoughts. This neutral space between two thoughts is our original state, the pure silence. It is a state of pure consciousness, the state of God. Since the gap or the neutral space between two thoughts is too small, we think all thoughts are connected and form a shaft. But there is always a gap between two thoughts. In the forest of northern India, the hunters trap the birds using a trap. They tie a rope between two trees. The rope is the shaft that we create by connecting two thoughts. In the middle of the rope, they secure a wooden stick. The stick is our mind. The rope is tied at the end of the stick. When a bird comes and sits on the stick, the bird's own weight turns the whole stick upside down. It turns topsy-turvy. The moment it turns upside down and loses its sense of balance, it feels totally shaken and tightens its grip on the stick. It simply holds onto the stick as if its life depends on it. Similarly, we connect thoughts and form a shaft out of it and live in the fear that if we drop our mind, we might be lost. We might lose our identity. Because it is hanging upside down, it thinks, if I unclutch from this stick, I will fall and die. Is similar to the fear that if we start trusting that we are unconnected, unclutched, independent and illogical thoughts, we might be lost. If the bird lets go and relaxes, it may flutter to balance for a moment or two. When it leaves the stick, maybe for a few seconds, it will fall, but then it will adjust itself and start flying. In the same way, we hold on to whatever we think is our identity and security, our education, our mind, our life, our relationships, or our bank balance. Ultimately comes to remove the stick that is our identity. Just like the bird, we don't realize that if we drop our mind, at that moment we can become a Paramahamsa. That very moment we can be liberated. In Mundaka Upanishad, there is a story which explains, there is a huge tall tree, and in the tallest branch of the tree, there is a golden bird sitting unclutched from everything in bliss, like Dakshinamurti. In the lower level branch, there is a small bird which jumps from here and there to various branches eating fruits. When it eats a bitter fruit, it feels bad. Whenever she eats the bitter fruit, she sees the bird which is looking above silently like Dakshinamurti and feels why I should not be like that bird. But unfortunately, when the same bird, when it eats tasty fruit, it forgets the bird sitting above it. In the same way, she keeps battling between branches, eating bitter and tasty fruits again and again. One day, as a small bird flies up higher, and as it reaches near the golden bird, it realized that he and she are the same. There is no difference between them both and realizes her original state. The small bird realizes that she also can be in the same state of the golden bird and become a Paramahamsa. This moment, trust yourself. Don't bother about losing your identity. Just trust yourself and let go of your identity. You will immediately become a Paramahamsa and be liberated. All you need to do is to trust that you're unclutched. Dropping the conclusions you can't be transformed is unclutching.
So now that we have understood how to unclutch, let us move to the next method, which is doing Ajiba Ajiba of the cosmic sound Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. And there has been extensive research that has been done on the benefits of chanting, and a study conducted by the US National Library of Medicine on the benefits of chanting clearly establishes how doing Ajiba Ajiba, chanting, has a direct and positive benefit on the physical and mental well-being. The study correlates the chanting of Ajiba Ajiba to the vagus nerve stimulation used as a treatment for depression and epilepsy. And here is the and a study conducted by Dr. Masaru Emoto establishes that human intentions, words, or thoughts can change the molecular structural formation in water. This interesting research clearly depicts how, when the water is being exposed to positive sound vibrations, the molecular formation in the water changes to a pleasant formation, whereas a negative sound vibration or words can disfigure or distort the water molecule formation. So Dr. Emoto did an experiment where he kept water and chanted positive words like compassion, thank you, wisdom to the water, and it formed, when observed under a microscope, you could see these beautiful crystal snowflake-like structures that formed in the positive words. However, when negative words were uttered to the water, like I will kill you, you fool, and heavy metal music was played for this water, when observed under the microscope, it did not form any crystal formations like the positive words, and it was very disjointed and disfigured, as you can see in these photos. And you can imagine what happens inside your body, which is composed of more than 60% water. And when you chant the Ajiba Ajiba, the Shiva, Shiva, Shiva sound, the cosmic sound, the chanting will have such a positive effect on your body. And being in the state, the last step is being in a state beyond any remembrance or forgetting in the Arunachala Purana that blossoms as Aham, Aham, the Ananda Purana. And this is the last method. When you do all of these methods, or any one of these methods Devi has revealed, you will be protected from coronavirus. You will not have the effects of coronavirus in your life. So Devi has been continuously guiding us and blessing us with these various revelations, and has directly revealed coronavirus during this pandemic time. And Devi is continuously blessing us throughout this time. So if you are just overflowing in gratitude and love for your cosmic mother for helping guide you during this time, you can stay tuned for this next segment, where we will understand how we can connect with Devi Parashakti more deeply. So in this next segment, we will be going through the various offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti. And these offerings are made out of love and gratitude for your cosmic mother, who has happened in your life just to guide you, take care of you, and bless you. So let us enter into this segment. So Devi Parashakti is the complete manifestation of both the masculine and feminine consciousness. And both consciousness have to be expressed equally by every human being to be enlightened. Until enlightenment, only the masculine dimension expresses more than the feminine dimension, irrespective of whether they are in the male or female body. And every human being has to complete with 5 dimensions to achieve enlightenment, which are the Pitrus or the ancestors, the Kuladevatas, which are the family deities, the parents, and nature, and ultimately Guru himself, who gives you enlightenment, who bestows enlightenment upon you. Incompletions are life negative and adharmic cognitions in the 5 dimensions that lead to misconstrued karana and karya, the cause and effect, which further leads to suffering and pain and calamities in the individual, personal, collective, and global levels. Being sensitive is being aware and in gratitude to life for everything that we have, from the air that we breathe, to the place that we're sitting, to the energy that we feel that we exist, and to the energy to be able to celebrate our existence. "43 energies constitute our human body. When all 43 are integrated to Dharma, one becomes enlightened. Dharma is the cosmic motherly completion and sensitivity from the level of the 5 Panchabhutas, and this is the core principle of the cosmos. Awakening the sacred feminine is key to enlightenment. When awakened, man expresses the sacred feminine consciousness. He becomes a great revered leader. When awakened, a woman expresses sacred feminine consciousness. She becomes expressing all the various powers. And the key to awaken the sacred feminine consciousness is conscious sovereignty, which the Supreme Council of Hinduism has been continuously revealing about over the last several months and has blessed us into over the last several months. And out of millions of paths, the easiest, sweetest, and most beautiful path to enlightenment is connecting with the cosmos as Mother, Devi Parashakti, the cosmic feminine consciousness. Devi is the one who expresses as Guru all the gods and all the manifestations in this universe. She can straight away deliver enlightenment by connecting to the cosmic umbilical cord. Offerings are not to benefit the divine, but to close our gap with the divine cosmic consciousness. And when we achieve completion with the Divine Mother, her infinite powers with her sweet grace starts nourishing all our dimensions through the cosmic umbilical cord. And there's nothing too small or too big one can offer to connect with the Divine Mother. It has to be from a space of love, of a child looking at a mother and handing her what it has to share with her out of deep love and gratitude. It can be a cup of milk or a flower, or it can be a precious jewel to adorn her smiling face or her hair. The Vedic rishis have clearly stated the techniques to connect with the sacred feminine consciousness, to awaken the same qualities in us. One can connect with Paramashiva through oneness, but with the divine cosmic mother Devi, it can only be done through worshipping her feet with true devotion. Mother worship is the most non-violent, most peace-centered, most healing, soothing, and sweetest path to enlightenment among all traditions on planet Earth. Worshipping Mother includes contemplating, meditating through sacred offerings of mantras and oblations at her feet. Mother worship, as we stated, is the sweetest path to enlightenment. So why do we worship the divine feminine consciousness? Why the divine feminine? Because she is the ultimate, and she can make us experience the ultimate. And here is the Shastra Pramana for Devi Parashakti. And it translates, I walk as the 11 Rudras, I walk as the Vasus, I walk as Vishnu and other Adityas, and all the divine forms, the Vishvadevas, assuming the form of the inner self of all the gods. I hold aloft Mitra and Varuna, even as Indra and Agni I do, and the Ashwini twins too. And this is from the Rig Veda. And it continues on. The Ekadasha Rudras, Maharudra, Ashtavasus, Dvadasha Adityas, Vishvadevata, all of them are my retinue. I move around in my various forms with them as my retinue. I protect all of them, including Mitra, Varuna, Indra, Agni, and the Ashwini Devatas. In this verse, Devi declares herself as the inner self of all the gods, the divine energies. She is all-pervading and all-permeating. And we are the most blessed beings to have Devi Parashakti herself manifesting through our very own Guru, the supreme concept of Hinduism. And we can connect with Devi Parashakti much more deeply through these various offerings. The first offering that you can offer to Devi Parashakti is the e-hundi donation, which is a general donation. And this is done like in any other temple that you go to, where you may offer a few dollars or how much ever you want in the hundi, in any temple that you might go to. This has now been made easily available for you online through the e-hundi offering. And you can go ahead and just offer how much ever it is you like, however little or however big you want. And you can just do this through just to say thank you to Devi for happening in your life. And it is stated that Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all fears. In the minds of the devotees, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stripped in autumn, and here it is not meant of the autumn this season, but rather the autumn of our lives when our thoughts turn more and more inward, and the role of the divine becomes much more understood and evident. The need for Devi worship becomes much stronger in this time. And it is stated that Devi is the one who bestows happiness on all her devotees. So you can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your kanika, and your name shall be chanted during the puja to Devi Parashakti. The next offering is the Sankalpa chanting, which is the offering of your conscious resolution. And before you start any endeavor, or if you are looking to do anything new in your life, you can always start with setting a conscious resolution to ensure that you manifest exactly as you want. And when you offer this Sankalpa chanting, this conscious resolution to Devi Parashakti, she will bestow all of her energy and blessings to ensure that you manifest your conscious resolution. And you will be with both asked and unasked, remembered and forgotten wishes to manifest by the grace of Devi Parashakti when you do it from the space of true devotion. And it is stated in the Saundarya Lahari that Let the mantras I chant with the sacrifice in my soul become chanting of your name. Let all my movements become auspicious mantras. Let my travel become perambulation around you. Let the act of eating and drinking become the offerings, the oblations in the homa to you. Let my act of sleeping become salutations to you. And let all actions of pleasure of mine become part of your worship. And when you offer with this context to Devi Parashakti, everything in your life will be graced with the auspiciousness of Devi Parashakti. Next offering is the Devi Sahasranama Swarnakasa, which is the golden coin with the inscription of the various names of Devi Parashakti. And each of these names of Devi Parashakti are not just her name, but her various divine qualities, whether it's her overflowing compassion or her infinite knowledge, or her beauty and grace, whatever aspect that these names describe, you will be blessed with all of these Ananta Kalyana Gunas, the multiple divine feminine qualities, these various attributes of Devi Parashakti when you offer this Sahasranama Swarnakasu to Devi Parashakti. The next offering is the Mukta Angruti, which is the finger ring with a pearl. And the pearl represents compassion. And Devi Meenakshi is very well known to be adorned in pearls. And you will be blessed with Devi Parashakti's infinite compassion and protection from all dangers when you offer this Mukta Angruti. The next offering is the Swarna Padma Pushpa, which is the golden lotus. And it is stated that Devi is the one who bestows accomplishments and intellect, who showers worldly prosperity. Devi is the one who powers the subtle mantra of the cosmos. I bow to you, O Devi Mahalakshmi. And in this verse, it is stated that Devi is the one who bestows accomplishments and intellect. So you will receive the blessings for attracting all of the best relationships for all of your personal and business dimensions in your life when you offer this Swarna Padma Pushpa to Devi Parashakti. And the next offering is the Swarna Meti, the gold toe ring. And in the Saundarya Lahari, it states that Lord Brahma, the creator of yours, selects the dust from your feet and creates this whole universe. And the great Adishesha, with his thousands of heads, somehow carries a dust of your feet with great effort. And the great Lord Rudra takes it and powders it nicely and uses it as the holy ash. So you can see the divineness of Devi Parashakti's feet, just a dust from the feet of Devi Parashakti for Lord Brahma to create this entire world. So when you offer this Swarnameti at the feet of Devi Parashakti, you will be blessed with a lifetime of leadership qualities. And you can offer this worship to the divine lotus feet of Devi Parashakti and achieve this lifetime of leadership qualities, which can be achieved even by worshiping a tiny grain of dust from her divine feet. The Meti is a gold toe ring to be worshipped, to worship by adorning the divine feet of Devi Parashakti. The next offering is the Mantika, the gold hairline jewelry. And Devi is described in this verse as the one who makes the nectar flow from the Sahasrara, the crown center, to the Anya and permeates through all our 72,000 nadis to give us the ultimate experience of the cosmos. So when we offer this Swarna Mantika, the gold hairline jewelry to Devi Parashakti, we will be blessed with the overflowing bliss in the Sahasrara and have the blessing to live an enlightened lifestyle. And the next offering is the Pratiksha Puja, which is the most favorite offering of all the devotees and disciples of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism. And Adi Shankaracharya has stated the greatness of worshipping the divine lotus feet of the Guru. And he stated, my repute has traveled in all directions through my philanthropy and prowess. All things of this world are in my hands as rewards for my virtues. Yet if one's mind be not centered upon the lotus feet of the Guru, what then, what then, what then? And we are the most blessed beings in this whole cosmos to have our very own Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, continuously manifesting Devi Parashakti, and to be able to offer this Pratiksha Puja at the divine lotus feet of our Guru, manifesting Devi, the cosmic mother herself, is the most auspicious happening in our lives. So you can offer this Pratiksha Puja to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, manifesting Devi Parashakti, and be blessed with the sweetest path to enlightenment. The next offering is the Vastra Seva, or the offering of cloth to Guru, the dimension of the cosmic mother. And you can offer this during the Pratiksha Puja, and you will be bestowed with the sweetest path to enlightenment and with complete protection on this path. Devi is the one who is the one beyond the idea of male and female, and she is manifesting through your very own Guru for you to connect with personally. So you can offer this Vastra Seva and connect with the divine cosmic mother through your very own Guru and receive complete protection of both the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Devi Parashakti herself. So here are the list of the various offerings. We have the E-Hundi offering, which is a general donation. The Sankalpa chanting, which is just $1, the offering of your conscious resolution. The Devi Sahasranama Swarnakasu, the golden coin, and this can be offered in various amounts: $75, $150, $151, $251. So you can offer it in any size. The Mukta Anguti, which is the finger ring with a pearl, and this can also be offered in any size for any amount. This there is $251, the $501, and the $751 finger ring with a pearl. And we also have the Sparna Padma Pushpa, which also can be offered in various sizes. This is the golden lotus, and you can offer in the $600 size, the $1,200 size, or the $1,800 size. Next is the Sparna Maki, the gold toe ring, which is $750. The golden hairline jewelry, the Mantika, is $750, and the Pratiksha Puja is $1,008, and the Vastra Seva is $1,008. So you can make any of these offerings, and we will be projecting that link where you can go ahead and visit to make your offering. And that is gateway.nithyanandeshwarahindutemple.org/NHTLA. And you can direct yourself to the Parashakti Bhava Samadhi Darshan donations page. And this is what the page will look like. So you can see the drop-down menu, and you can select whichever offering that you would like to make. Yes, you can see all of these various offerings that are listed in the drop-down menu. And you can select whichever offering, whether it's the Sparnameti or the Pratiksha Puja. You can select whichever one you would like, and you can choose as many as you would like. Say you would like to offer and on behalf of your daughter, you can go ahead and select two, and you can add this to your cart, and you can see what it looks like in your cart. And then once you have verified that you have added everything into your cart, you can go ahead and proceed to checkout. And this is a very simple process. You can make your payment online directly. You can fill out your billing details like you would for any other online payment, and you can fill out your order details. And once this is done, you can go ahead and place your order for your seva, and offer your seva to Devi Parashakti, and ensure that you also fill out the Sankalpa 2021 form, which is tiny.cc/Sankalpa 2021, to ensure that your name is chanted during the offering to Devi Parashakti. Your name and the name of all your loved ones are chanted during the Sankalpa to Devi Parashakti. And you can also join as a member of Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. You can become an e-Kailashian. It's a very simple process. You can go to the YouTube channel, Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda page, and you will see the option join. So you can go ahead and click that button. And if you do not see this button, you have already become a member of Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda page. And once you have clicked this join button, you will be directed to this page where you can choose whichever level of e-Kailashian you would like to be, whether it's bronze, silver, gold, platinum, or premium. Each one has its various benefits and various exclusive content that is associated with it. And once you have become a member, you will get the opportunity to ask your questions live to Devi Parashakti during the live Parashakti Akashic readings in the comments section. And Devi will directly see your questions and bless you with whatever you are looking for. And this is a very simple process to become a member of Kailasa's Nithyananda page. Once you click the join button and you choose whichever level of e-Kailashian you would like to be, you can go ahead and make your payment directly through YouTube, either with credit card, debit card, or through PayPal. And this is a very simple process, again, as you would make for any other online payment. Once you have done this, you will become a member of Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda page, an e-Kailashian, and you can have access to various exclusive content. And again, here is the link for the offerings that you can make, the gateway.nithyanandeshwara-hindu-temple.org/NHTLA. And you can direct yourself to the Parashakti Bhavasmadhi Darshan donations page to make your offering. So we will just project this for a few moments if you would like to visit the website and make your offering. And after this, we will be concluding this portion of the program, and we will be entering into the next segment where we will understand what all is happening in the Adi Kailasa Sadvikapitham. As many of you have heard, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened up all of the Sadvikapithas in India for the sake of multi-layer quarantine. Devi Parashakti and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have been continuously warning us that the only priority for this year, the only benefit for this year, is to keep yourself alive. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, out of his infinite compassion, has opened up all Kailasas for the sake of multi-layer quarantine as Kailasa COVID care centers. So stay tuned for this next segment where we will be hearing from the administrators of Adi Kailasa about the various happenings of the Kailasa COVID care centers. And this includes free food, free accommodations, free internet services, and free activities, free classes for all of the residents of Adi Kailasa Savityapita and all the Kailasas in India. And you can stay tuned to hear from the administrators about this, all of the various happenings. So we'll be right back after a very short break.
Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam, welcome back. Now we are going to learning in this segment the multi-layer quarantine COVID care protection centers at the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna Rahitam Sadgurum Tvam Namami. If you see due to the pandemic, according to the United Nations, the COVID-19 pandemic is concerning the world more into peace. COVID-19 Delta variant still most concerning, says the World Health Organization expert. Even with the emergence of the new COVID-19 variant, the Delta strain remains the top concern globally, appearing to outcompete others. Senior officials with the World Health Organization said on Tuesday. I think Delta variant for me is the one that most concerning because of the increased transmittability, said Dr. Marina Van Kerkhove, the agency's technical lead for COVID-19, speaking during an online question and answer session. It's doubly transmittable compared to the ancestral strain, which means that it can spread to more people. The COVID-19 made the world less peaceful. The COVID-19 violent incidences and fatalities from January 2020 to April 2021. The violent incidences related to the pandemic peaked in April 2020. The indexed trend in peacefulness by domain 2008 to 2009, 2020-21, you can see the statistics that the peak in April, the violence and fatalities rate. The prevalence of depression and anxiety remains high among younger adults in France. The younger adults are more likely to report symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic. Ages 18 to 24, about 56.2% are suffering with anxiety and or depressive disorder, and about 48.9%, and about ages 50 to 64, about 31.1%, and ages 65 plus, about 29.3%. The average share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety disorder and or depressive disorder from January to June, what it was 6 months period in 2019 versus what it is in just in beginning of this year, 2021, in January in 1 month, from 11% in 6 months period to in 1 month, it rose to 41.1. Some more statistics which shows the younger adults are more likely reporting symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorders. Nearly 8 in 10, which is 78%, say the coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in their life. Nearly 7 in 10, which is 67%, say they have experienced increased stress over the course of the pandemic. More than 60,000 US healthcare workers have contracted COVID-19. About 300 have died. Of the health workers who treated patients during the China's COVID-19 outbreak, 50% showed signs of depression and 45% showed signs of anxiety, according to the preliminary research. The self-reported mental health among pregnant women, new mothers, before COVID-19 pandemic, what it was, the depression rate 15%, and now during this pandemic, it rose up to 40.7%. And what it was, anxiety amongst the pregnant women and new mothers was 29% before the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, during this pandemic, the anxiety and in the new pregnant women and new mothers, it rose up to 72%. Living under stay-at-home orders, 8 in 10 students are struggling with focus on school or work and avoiding distractions. Students are interacting more with parents during the COVID-19 physical distancing, and parents can support students. It's simply spending time with them, ranked much higher than talking about the COVID-19 news. Resources needed are for college students, mental wellness, virtual face-to-face time, and the high school students, digital social gatherings. 55% of all students do not know where to go for help for their mental health. The understanding the pandemic's impact on working women. Nearly 82% of women surveyed said their lives have been negatively disrupted by the pandemic. Nearly 70% of women who have experienced these disruptions are concerned their career growth may be limited as a result. Nearly 70% of the women who said they are experienced adverse changes to their daily routines during the pandemic believe these shifts have prevented or will prevent them from progressing. As it relates to the on-demand work environment, nearly 1/3, which is 29% of the women who feel they always need to be available are concerned that if they are able to fulfill this need, their career opportunity may be impeded. The global economic outlook during the COVID-19 pandemic, a changed world. The pandemic is expected to plunge most countries into recession in 2020, with per capita income contracting in the largest fraction of countries globally since 1870. The COVID-19 threatening global peace and security, according to the UN News, that the US chief warns that while the COVID-19 pandemic is first and foremost a health crisis, its implications are far more reaching and could threaten global peace and security. The UN Secretary General told members of the Security Council in a closed video conference held on Thursday that the pandemic also poses a significant threat to the maintenance of international peace and security, potentially leading to an increase in social unrest and violence that would greatly undermine our ability to fight the disease. He wanted later stating that the Council's engagement will be critical to mitigate these implications. COVID-19 profoundly affecting peace across the globe, says the Secretary General in address to Security Council. The COVID-19 pandemic is profoundly affecting peace and security across the globe. Secretary General Antonio Guterres told the Security Council on 2nd July 2021 the video conference debates pressing the chamber to use its collective influence to protect the millions of people affected by the conflict and already facing acute vulnerabilities. Addressing the 15-member organ on the impact of COVID-19 on international peace and security, Mr. Guterres said the health pandemic is fast becoming a protection crisis. Collective security and our shared well-being are under assault on many fronts, he emphasized, led by a relentless disease and abetted by global fragilities. Our challenge is to save lives today while buttressing the pillars of security for tomorrow. Time to get serious about climate change on a warming planet. No one is safe. You have been telling us for over 3 decades of the dangers of allowing the planet to warm. The world listened, but it did not hear. The world listened, but it did not act strongly enough. As a result, climate change is a problem that is here now, and nobody is safe, and it is getting worse faster. COVID-19 is a threat to peace building in conflict-affected nations. The COVID-19 crisis has already fragile situations. The International Labour Organization, ILO, is far more aware than ever of its responsibility to promote peace and resilience in the times of this global pandemic, says the ILO Director General, Guy Ryder. The breakthrough infections found in 25% health staff. According to a study, a little over 25% of healthcare workers were infected with coronavirus despite getting fully vaccinated. A recent study has revealed, giving an insight on the breakthrough infections due to the Delta variant. The study, jointly conducted by the Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology and Max Hospitals in Delhi NCR, found that vaccination breakthroughs were far more common during the Delta outbreak in Delhi than previously reported. The new COVID-19 variant Mu shows signs of vaccine resistance. All you need to know is the new coronavirus strain shows known as Mu, which was first identified in Colombia in January, has been designated a variant of interest by the World Health Organization. After being detected in Colombia, Mu, known as scientifically as B.1.621, has since been reported in other South American countries and in Europe. The Mu variant has a constellation of mutations that indicate the potential properties of immune escape, the global health body said Tuesday in its weekly pandemic health. New strain of COVID-19 detected in 6 countries. The ongoing coronavirus pandemic is not over yet, and a new highly mutated COVID C.1.2 strain discovered in South Africa is a testimony to how dangerously the virus can adapt to bypass vaccines when the world decides to reopen prematurely. The C.1.2 variant has been termed the world's most mutated variant since the beginning of the pandemic. The new COVID-19 C.1.2 causes flutter. The World Health Organization says it's watching. The World Health Organization has said that to date, there are hundreds of C.1.2 reported globally, from the earliest report from May 21 from South Africa, and currently it does not appear to be increasing in circulation. The new variant was first found in South Africa in May. Researchers from South Africa have described the C.1.2 variant, which has 40 to 59 mutations more than the original Wuhan virus. It is spike protein. There are 14 mutations, which include the usual suspects, including the various N.N501Y and E481K and Y144del. It shares the T478K mutation with Delta. The spread of evolution for this variant is 1.8 times faster than average. So join the Kailasa's COVID care production centers and save your life. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Making peace with nature is possible. If we start now, making peace with nature is possible if we start now. Even amid the pandemic, 2021 can go down as the year we made peace with nature and set the planet to healing. Our environmental, social, and economic challenges are interlinked. They must be tackled together. For example, we cannot achieve the sustainable development goals, including 30, if climate change and ecosystem collapse are undermining food and water supplies in the world's poorest countries. We have no choice but to transform our economies and societies by valuing nature and putting its health at the heart of all our decisions. The World Health Organization Health and Peace Initiative, the health and peace are interrelated. In the words of the Director General of World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros, there cannot be health without peace, and there cannot be a peace without health. If individuals and groups enjoy equitable access to health services fulfilling their rights to physical and mental health, and health actors design neutral health interventions that promote trust and dialogue, and communities are empowered to cope with violent conflict, then health coverage is more universal. Grievances can be heard and addressed to generate trust around health emergency. Concerns affected communities are more likely to make meaningful contributions to peace and reconciliation, and to resist incitement to violence. On the International Day of Yoga, 21st June, the theme was Yoga for Well-being. The day will be marked at a time when COVID-19 pandemic continues to upend lives and livelihood of people globally. Beyond its immediate impact on physical health, the COVID-19 pandemic has also exacerbated psychological suffering and mental health problems, including depression and anxiety, as pandemic-related restrictions continue in various forms in many countries. This has highlighted the urgent need to address mental health dimension of the pandemic in addition to the physical health aspects. The message of yoga in promoting both the physical and mental well-being of humanity has never been more relevant. A growing trend of people around the world embracing yoga to stay healthy and rejuvenated and to fight social isolation and depression has been witnessed during the pandemic. Yoga is also playing a significant role in the psychosocial care and rehabilitation of COVID-19 patients in quarantine and isolation. It's particularly helpful in allaying their fears and anxiety. Amid COVID-19, we need enhanced international coordination to build peace. Tackling the pandemic and building resilience in fragile states requires concerted international action at local, national, and global levels. As the humanitarian and economic toll of COVID-19 pandemic continues to grow, so does the risk that this crisis will fuel new conflict around the world, while stemming prospects for resolving ongoing ones. The Sustainable Development Goals, the UN spotlights health benefits of yoga, ancient practice that can ease stress of our modern laptop lives. Yoga is a practice that can be relevant to all ages, relevant to all cultures, irrespective of what socio-economic status people represent. It can be used to unite our complex and difficult world to promote not only healthy lifestyle, but to promote peace and security in the world, said Dr. Nata Manabde, Executive Director of the New York office of the World Health Organization, at an event entitled Conversation Yoga for Health. The stronger health systems and universal health coverage must be a priority. For the first time since 1945, the entire world is confronted by a common threat, regardless of nationality, ethnicity, or faith. A new social contract between people, governments, and the private sector, civil society, and more can tackle the roots of insecurity with the fair taxation on income and wealth, universal benefits, and opportunities for all. The food system hold key to ending world hunger. Effects of COVID-19 pandemic, the UN has noted a dramatic increase in world hunger. According to the state of food security and nutrition in the world, 1/10 of global population, as many as 811 million people were undernourished in 2020, an increase of 108 million from 2019. According to the EAT, the Lancet Commission, moving toward diets with a diversity of plant-based foods, low amounts of animal-sourced foods, unsaturated rather than saturated fats, and limited amounts of refined grains, highly processed food, and added sugars could prevent between 19 to 24% of all adult deaths each year. The international peace and security. Our contemporary world is showing no signs of decline in the intensity of violent conflicts, crime, displacement, and the prevalence of a continued state of tension in many regions of the world. According to the UN report, in the year 2019 alone, about 55% of 358 political conflicts worldwide involved the use of violence. Geopolitical tensions, which have been on the rise even before the COVID-19 pandemic, have had only prolonged violent conflict, making it difficult for policymakers to come together and resolve their differences peacefully and amicably. The last decade witnessed the highest number of people internally displaced by conflict and violence. The international peace and security. Vedic tradition beautifully describes that yastu sarvani bhutani atmani ivanu pashyati sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tatona viju gupsyate. Ishavasya Upanishad, verse 6. The inner peace leads to world peace. Now let us understand the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism contributions to the humanity. In his own voice, let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, self-transformation, a secret to achieve global peace.
Answer means I'll tell, oh, you should all work for global peace. You should all work for turning the world. You should work for revolution. You should work for all these, that things. You should vote only the party which says that it will stop. Answer. Nonsense. If you want the honest answer, I tell you, simply transform yourself. You can't do anything. If at all you can do, you would have done it. Be honest. If you can do, you would have done it. You are raising this question because you are not able to do. Am I right? So let us be very clear. Let us be honest. We are not able to do socially. That's the truth. That's the reason you are sitting here and raising the question. I tell you, understand few important things. There are a lot more attached to this question. There are many things which is attached to this question. We always feel the present is the world is totally spoiled. It is not going according to the rules or how it is supposed to be. It was wonderful. In ancient time, things were going properly. Everything was well and great. And I tell you, 10,000 years ago, they found some writings on stone in Harappa Mohenjo-daro culture. Some stone writings have been discovered. The other day I read a beautiful book about that stone writings. That writings, it says, oh, nowadays the society is not as it should be. So much of war. There is no peace. In the early times, there was so much of peace. Society was really great. Things were as it should be. And it almost looks like a today newspaper editorial. 10,000 years ago, the same thing carved on a stone. Then understand, there was no such time as only good prevailed. It is just a fantasy. Hinduism, they call it Satya Yuga, the age of truth. There was a time only truth prevailed. And every religion, Christianity, they say the Garden of Adam and Eve. There was a time everything was wonderful. Every religion has got the fantasy. The past was great. There was golden past. Always the idea of golden past exists only in the past. The more you go back, again you say the past was great. And I tell you one thing, it is a wonderful way of postponing accepting the reality. Otherwise, I can be sure the world was same as it is today. Whether it is 5,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago. Maybe one thing, there was no CNN channel that time. So the news did not reach you so quickly. That's all. The news did not reach you so quickly. That may be the only difference. But otherwise, I can be sure the good and the bad was equal. Good and the bad was equal. The same amount of wars were there. All the other things were there. You read the Puranas, the mythological stories of India, you see enough of things. Enough of dirty things. I think sometimes I find a little more. And if you read completely the Puranas or the Hindu scriptures, there are a lot of things much worse than modern day. The criminal activities or bad things or negative things, whatever you say, all this stuff. And never think only present day is corrupted or violent. In the ancient days also, all these things were there. Only one thing was not there, CNN news or the internet. So the news did not reach you. But otherwise I can tell you, enough the good and bad was there. It always will exist. It will exist. All you can do is, if you awaken yourself, if you reach the enlightenment state, you can go beyond it. And I tell you, enlightenment is the only service you can do to the society. Just become enlightened so that you will reduce the negativity. Now, as of now, you are also the part of negative group. Naturally, we will be a negative group. As long as we are unenlightened, we will be the part of collective negative consciousness. So if you become enlightened, at least you will reduce your weight. That's the only thing we can do. Nothing else can be done. So all I request you to do is just become enlightened. Realize that you are a lion. That's the only way to help yourself and the society. Otherwise, all revolutions, you see, all revolution again end up as one more tradition. In last 2000 years, 3000 wars have happened in the humanity. In 2000 years, 3000 wars. Human beings have not done anything except doing wars, except fighting. Everybody claims he wants to do revolution. He wants to spread peace. You see, every country claims their army is a defensive army. Then who is offending? Tell me. Every country says defensive army. Then who is offending? These are all just, games. The idea of peace is everybody wants to spread the peace according to them, not according to the other person. They want peace according to them. The other day I was in one interreligious gathering. One guy is preaching, let all of you convert to my religion so that we will not have fight. He wants peace the way in which he wanted, not the way in which. And there's a beautiful saying, the sword of Muhammad, it is written, peace alone should survive, something like that. He has written some statement about the peace on the sword. We all take sword to spread the peace. So no revolution is going to help. Because in the last 2000 years, 3000 revolutions have happened. But still world is same, I think much worse. So no revolution is going to help. Only individual evolution is going to help. So be very clear. Instead of working in the outer world, start working in the inner world. That will help you and society some way. Social answer means I'll tell, oh.
Now, let us listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that Sri Kailasa is all about peace-based powerfulness.
Listen carefully. The space of Shanti is where Kailasa grows. Listen carefully. It is in the deep powerfulness of peace, or peace-centered powerfulness is the leading ground for Paramashivatva to manifest. Please understand. Like how pure mirror reflects everything, pure Shanti-based Shakti, peace-based powerfulness reflects Paramashiva. Paramashiva manifests in peace-based powerfulness. Please understand. Neither violence nor powerlessness is weakness. Violence is abusive. Peace-centered powerfulness, powerfulness-centered peace All the Upanishads starts with peace, completes with peace. Shanti mantra starts with Shanti mantra, gets completed with Shanti mantra. Peace-based powerfulness is a fundamental requirement for Paramashivatva to manifest. That is why people who don't want us to manifest Paramashivatva or power manifestation do not want to allow the peace in our life or do not want peace in our campus. Understand? But only if you are peaceful, which cannot be shaken even by the demons and devils and rakshasas, we can be in eternal peace. So, remember this very clearly. Peace alters the very DNA structure, genetic structure, the core Anu Mahat structure. Understand? Anoraniyan Magato Mahiyan. The consciousness in you is atom inside the atom, Mahat, more than Mahat. That Anoraniyan Magato Mahiyan. That consciousness starts growing in you with more and more peace-based powerfulness developing in you. Nothing can be compared to unclutching. Spend more and more time, energy in unclutching. It will never be wasted. Time spent on unclutching is the most productive time for you in your life, because unclutching completely makes you altogether a different material. Understand? It makes your very biomemory, muscle memory, core structure, molecular structure, genetic structure, DNA structure, everything. All the 8 energy flow circuits, 7 energy flows, 1 the pure conscious explosion. So totally 8 energy flow circuits exist in you. All the 8 explodes when you unclutch. And unclutching is the space of Sri Kailasa.
Now, let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that each prayer in Hinduism ends with peace.
Every chanting, every prayer in Hinduism ends with Shanti, Shanti, Shanti 3 times. Means peace, peace, peace. Hinduism is the real religion. Loving peace, living peace. Individual level, social level, global level. Understand? Hinduism lost all its 56 nations, 200 states, 10,000 kingdoms, samsthanas is not a loss to Hinduism, it is a loss to planet Earth, human beings. Buddhism is practiced, kept alive. The ideal of global peace is kept alive. Just do this one simple statistics. You yourself study. Google and study. Take the top 10 religions and list how many people they converted in last 200 years, how many people they killed. List for each religion. I can be 200% sure you yourself will realize Hinduism is the most peace-loving and peace-living religion, neither conversion nor terrorism. Neither conversion nor terrorism. Being the supreme pontiff of the most peace-loving, peace-living religion, I give you all my blessings on this International Peace Day. Understand? It is we Hindus need to keep the global peace as a living possibility, and we need to make this global peace as reality. Just talking about global peace will not work. Working for global peace only is the responsibility of the real living Hindu. Anyone who wants to claim themselves as a Hindu or practicing Hindu should work for global peace. Global peace is our responsibility.
Now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says Hindus have the responsibility to bring global peace.
Hindus have the responsibility to bring global peace. So you can also throw a challenge. See, if you are making a Hindu micronation, you can throw this challenge to each one, your friends, family, 10 people. Let them participate in the challenge and then let them send the challenge to others. So I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus to become founding fathers of Kailasa micronation in your countries. You can also make a challenge, like how they made ice bucket challenge and all that. We can make a challenge. You form Hindu micronation and claim, I am the founding father of the Hindu micronation Kailasa. And then you can invite your family, friends for a challenge. 11 people. You form and you challenge 11 people and they also form and they spread. So let us start spreading. This project is my message on this International Day of Peace. Let us start working for global peace instead of just talking. The work we do will talk for us. The talk we do will not work for us. This is the message. The work we do will talk for us. The talk we do will not work for us. Global peace is responsibility of Hindus. We living, practicing Hindus, not only we should achieve the individual peace through unclutching, yoga, meditation. We should also create an ecosystem where the global peace starts manifesting. This Kailasa Hindu micronation is the enlightenment ecosystem. I request every living practicing Hindu to manifest, do it. So the global peace can manifest from these Kailasa Hindu micronations all over the world.
Kailasa's mission of global peace and superconsciousness breakthrough. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the founder and spiritual head of Kailasa, the revival of the ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, which is being revived by displaced Hindus from all around the world. The sovereign order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Nithyananda order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora, are working for global peace and to give a super consciousness breakthrough to humanity. It is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's mission to recreate a conscious world where the global issues at the climate, economic, social, health, and humanitarian levels cease to exist from their very root, turning the problems of poverty, hunger, violence, discrimination into powerful living through the experience of oneness. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working from the very grassroots level to usher an era of peace at all levels, individual, societal, national, and global. His deep insights, mind, body, emotions have enabled him to powerfully and directly address various social and emotional problems facing humanity today. If the life solutions based on the ancient Hindu tradition, the meditation and yoga techniques from the scriptures, the cognitions rooted in the highest truth, the lifestyle based on living and radiating the higher values of life, the powerful way of living and realizing one's ultimate potential form the foundation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's teachings, which by their inherent nature provide the foundation for peace on planet Earth. In a short period of public life, he has contributed to humanity in the areas of meditation, healing, health and wellness, yoga, medicine, education, lifestyle, and science and technology. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working on creating and teaching people significance of peace and how to achieve it, working for higher consciousness, life and lifestyle, reducing collective negativity in thought, words and actions, living in oneness, peaceful coexistence with humanity and nature, living in oneness, peaceful coexistence with humanity and nature, manifesting superhuman powers for a better quality of life. More than 20 million people in 347 cities in 196 countries over 6 continents revere and follow the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism launched the Minutes for Peace initiative, which aimed to reduce crime globally by conducting mass meditations around the world in parallel. In 2014, just after 2 years of launching the program, it crossed over 1 billion minutes of meditation. Scientific studies have shown a reduced crime rate after participation in the meditation and completion techniques in 1976. It was found that when 1% of community practiced meditation, pujas, the crime rate was reduced by 16% on average. The current tally on the Minutes for Peace website is more than 4.3 billion cumulative minutes of meditation logged. Include all the events, programs, festivals where people have gathered and participated in meditations and rituals. The total counts comes out to be a staggering 409 billion minutes for peace so far. You can see the pictures of the about 5,000 devotees gathered and participated in a 48-day meditation program called Shuddhatvaitam. Kailasa's mission of global peace and super consciousness breakthrough, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism hosted Kumbh Melas in USA and Los Angeles since 2007. Nithyananda Sangha is entrusted as the only organization to host Kumbh Mela outside India by the Akhila Bharatiya Akhada Parishad. In September 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism organized the first confluence for world peace to honor the memory of those who lost their lives saving others on September 11, 2001 at Irvine, California, United States. The second conference for peace was held in Los Angeles in 2007 in collaboration with Vedanta Society, BAPS, ISKCON, Siddha Yoga, and other organizations. The Kumbh Mela festival spread fast to other countries, including Australia, Canada, etc. In 2009, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism organized a month-long peace walk covering 1,000 kilometers and 1,000 villages to bring together in harmony from all walks of life to promote feeling connection and oneness among people. During the walk, health camps were conducted in villages along its path. His Holiness, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has conducted large-scale collective meditations on September 21st International Peace Day to raise the collective consciousness and awareness of peace. As part of the Kailasa's mission of global super consciousness breakthrough, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiated thousands of sannyasis. Sannyas is our social responsibility. Let us save Hinduism and humanity. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revitalized the monastic of sannyas by initiating hundreds of people into the Nithyananda monastic order. The all-renouncing monks contribute to the best things to human civilization, living their life with cognition, life is for others. These monks and nuns act as harbingers of peace and empowerment for the human society distraught with violence, depression, and other forms of life negativity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revived the ancient practice of embarking on pilgrimages, which are spiritual journeys, taking spiritual aspirants to high energy sacred spots such as the Himalayas, Kailas, Varanasi, Angkor Wat, Cambodia, and various powerful temples of India. Even though prevalent in India, this practice is rapidly losing its original context, turning into a recreational family vacation. Reviving the original spiritual context, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made it possible for modern-day human beings to benefit from the spiritual energy present at these centers and accelerate their journey of spiritual evolution, hence ensuring individual and collective space as a natural consequence. Now, let us see the revelations to the world by the Devi Parashakti. On 12th May 2021, Devi Parashakti revealed that, I came as Nija Avatar, I am blessing you, listen. People, listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nija Avatar. People of India, listen carefully, listen. Time after time, Bharatam is Jnana Bhumi. Where enlightened beings comes, we cannot make Jnana Bhumi as in Patel. Enlightened beings have to come. They have to live, and it has to flower. Few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion, we cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save Cosmos from being destroyed that is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya is Adi Kailasa. Because of conspiracy of Drohis and enemies' rule, the captain has to leave the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all Aushadas by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, Navapashana is going to flower, allow people to come and take dip in Navapashana flower. People, whoever comes and dip in Vaidya Sarovar, they will not have death, they will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line every day, they will come and dip in Ananda Lingam. On 13th May 2021, Devi revealed that, listen well to my words. For India, I made ship as protection. The Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidya Sarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa, O Indians, listen. All those regretting losing Nithyananda Nija Avatara without confusion and without talking just as a lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. Crores of people will come there looking for help. Navapashana, water, peace, and medicine. To get health and protection and enlightenment, to protect in I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if captain is not there, ship is there. On 14th May 2021, Devi revealed that whoever comes to Adi Kailasa and does the good work of saving people from deadly corona, I myself will do all of their life's work. This is a commitment Paramashakti is giving you all. Parameshwari, I will do what I say. On 19th May 2021, Devi revealed that the doors of Adi Kailasa will be open for all those who come with trust. It will protect. It will protect body and will give conscious health. It will also give highest powers, dharma, artha, kama, and moksha, jnana, powers, and the God beyond kama. Adi Kailasa life will give all the goodness. On 31st May 2021, Devi revealed that the hell of Krimi Bhojanam, mentioned by Vyasa in Garuda Puranam, has opened and is directly falling on India as thunder. Running to Adi Kailasa and preventing it is the only way. Open Adi Kailasa for those who want to save their life. All of you run to Adi Kailasa. On 11th June 2021, Devi revealed that drop the foolish mind with business motive of bargaining and attain surrender and go to Adi Kailasa, be in Adi Kailasa, I will do good to you. On 18th June 2021, Devi revealed that for saving your life, go to Adi Kailasa, the best life is there. Before Corona takes your life away, go to Adi Kailasa and save your life. On 5th July 2021, Devi revealed that the soil of Adi Kailasa is Sarva Roga Nivarini, cure for all diseases. For all the diseases in the world, Paramashakti, myself, taking the form of Nithyananda as Nija Avatara, walking there barefoot for many years, manifesting all powers, the very soil was converted into great medicine that solves all karmas. On 5th July 2021, Devi revealed that taking the soil of Adi Kailas and mixing it with the water of Navapashana Linga of Vaidya Sarovar, and by applying it, all pains will vanish. Breaking the attachment to body, it will make you enlightened. Goodness is there, and I told the truth, go to Adi Kailas. When the first world countries close their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. The various satsang centers opened across India are Adi Kailas Enbedadi, Bangalore, and there are various Adhinams in Tamil Nadu, which include Salem, Tiruvannamalai, Rajapalam, and Pattanam, Srirangapadi Adhinam, Madurai Adhinam, Avatipalam Adhinam, Huzur Adhinam. All these are from Tamil Nadu. And Puduvai Adinam in Pondicherry, and Sripuram Adinam in Hyderabad, and Baroda Adinam in Gujarat. So Kailasa rushes to aid India as India finds itself on the verge of COVID-19 third wave. Multiple free COVID care centers opened across India, and various social services offering during pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India. Spiritual services offered during pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India, and cosmic revelations on global pandemic. The free social services offered during the pandemic in de facto spiritual embassies of India. Medical care, allopathy, Ayurvedic and Siddha medicine, infrastructure to accommodate thousands, and accommodation for multi-layer quarantine, emergency ambulances and ICU on wheels, personal protective medical equipment, and food security management through food banks or organic farming. So join the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers and save your life. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. Beginning from 1994 to and continuing, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously worked to revive the Kailasas, the temple-based ecosystem. The temple-based ecosystems serving the one and all to protect not only from this pandemic and to add peace, joy, and individual transformation and give a super consciousness breakthrough. Let us listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam explains about the science of temple.
You all can understand, you all can receive, you all can enjoy. So it is taking little time. I'll answer some of your questions related to this temple culture. As part of this Satsang series, Madurai Adinam series.
This is a question from Rajiv, India. Beloved Master, people not belonging to this culture knows little about this particular Meenakshi temple. Please tell us who is Devi Meenakshi and her husband. Why this grand temple? What are the visible and invisible functions of this temple? Please tell us, Swamiji.
Read the next question also.
As we see in our present time, towers of mobile, TV or dish TV antennas everywhere connecting invisibility to satellites, doing an incredible function for individuals and for society. My question is, there is and was everywhere temples and deities in this culture. Anybody coming from outside just wonder, is this just sentimental carved stones, worshipping culture or just artistic sculpture? What is the invisible function of temples, deities?
See, both questions, same answer. That is the reason I wanted to answer both the questions together. Modern day dish TVs, antennas, mobile towers, all of them work in the level of certain frequency where the words
pictures, visuals can be transmitted. See the verbalization and visualization, names and forms can be transmitted from one place to another place through these mobile towers, dish TV antennas. But the temple towers are created to transmit super consciousness from one place to another place. Please understand. In Meenakshi's time, there was television, conscious television. It used to be in stone slab. And if you just sit in front of that stone TV, meditate, connect with Meenakshi, she will appear live and answer whatever you want. So each of the stone slabs only slowly later on became deities. You can see in our temples this happening. The TVs in which I am appearing and speaking are slowly becoming deities. They are receiving worship. Flowers are offered to it. Aarti is done to it. Incense is given to it. Now, all our temples are planning to have a separate throne for this TV. In Los Angeles, already I am on the throne. The TV is in the throne. The TV, in which people are seeing me, have already become deity. Same way, please understand, the stones through which people were able to connect with the super consciousness have become deities. Same way, all our temples, deities, everything is a connecting mechanism with super consciousness. The mechanism which connects with the super consciousness please understand, the deities and temples are not just sentimental carved stones, or they are not just artistic sculptures, they are conscious transmitters. They raise you to the super consciousness. In each Vedic tradition, we have a puja room. All the puja rooms are your private conscious airport, are conscious transmission centers. The main temple is the place from where continuous super consciousness is radiating. So if you just sit and connect with a deep feeling connection, see, in those days human beings were so beautiful and simple. Just remembering the name of the deity is enough. They are already in connection with the deity. That feeling connection. When I read Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, it says, sit in Siddhasana and be in Samadhi. That's all. So the human beings were so simple in those days. Just if you sit in Siddhasana, you are already in Samadhi. If you sit, your mind sits. Now, if you sit, your mind sits. Mind is completely away from the body. In those days, human beings were so simple and intelligent. All the non-mechanical parts of their brain were awakened. It is Western culture which killed the non-mechanical parts of the brain, the functions of the non-mechanical parts of the brain. Please understand, in the Vedic civilization, always human beings were brought up in such a way that non-mechanical parts of the brain was fully alive and awakened. It is a cultural invasion, destroyed the greatest possibility of the human being when the non-mechanical parts of the brain is not functioning anymore. The temples, deities, all these are looking useless. Otherwise, they are a huge conscious infrastructure. Please understand. One example, suddenly, if we find some method to travel just 20 feet above the air or 30 feet above the air without petrol or diesel, all our automobiles, roads, everything will become useless. Then you will wonder, why so many automobile industries are established? Why so many cars are produced? Why this huge road waste? I think our ancestors are fools. You don't understand. At one period, it was used. It was being useful. Our temples, our deities, all these are useful if all your non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened. Unclutching is the process to awaken your non-mechanical parts of the brain. When your non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened, you will understand temples, deities, how useful they are, how directly useful they are, how they are part of our life, how they enrich our life, and how they make human beings intelligent, enlightened. These are the methods created to create enlightened civilization. These grand temples are not built as an just monument. They are built as a conscious movement. It is not like Egyptian pyramids, monuments. No. It is conscious movement to raise human beings to the highest consciousness, to make human beings experience the highest purpose. Understand, unclutch, use the temples to achieve the highest consciousness.
So join the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers and save your life. The link is given below. https://kailasa.org/kailasa care. With this, we will be moving on to the next part of this program after a very short break. And we are going to have the live darshan at 10 p.m. IST, live Sundareshwara Bhava Samadhi darshan at 10 p.m. IST. So let's stay tuned for the darshan and let's get prepared. So we will be moving on to the next part of this program after a very short break.
Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam. Sorry for the technical glitch. Nithyanandam, welcome to Nithyananda TV.
Nithyanandam, thank you so much for having me. It's such a blessing and an honor. Sure. I'm from the Midwest Sangha. I've been with Swamiji for about 4.5 years. I am and it is all because of Swamiji. I've been blessed so abundantly by Swamiji that even words cannot describe.
That's wonderful, Ma. And can you share, I'm sorry, I missed what you had said. Can you share a little bit about your backgrounds and what you do?
Sure. So I work with lots of different people. I work with plant medicine. I consult with people about different ways of improving their health and wealth abundance and how to improve their life by taking a spiritual approach. I call myself a spiritual entrepreneur because I really enjoy dabbling in many different things as long as it's to benefit humanity. This is my mission, my goal, and it is all because of Swamiji. Every single bit of it, every step.
That's beautiful, Ma.
Yes,
Ma.
Ma.
So how did you get connected to Swamiji, Ma?
Wow, that's like a love story. Such a beautiful love story. Swamiji just enriched my life so beautifully. I saw him on a YouTube video in November of 2016, and from there it was just incredible. I just had to meet him. I just had to be in Viditi, and I made it happen the following year. And I was able to spend, a 21-day inner awakening with him and 2 other beautiful, incredibly beautiful people. And so many of them I still have the beautiful connections with, and we speak often, very often. Such a beautiful, beautiful space. He uprooted me, uplifted me out of my life. I really strongly believe it was a very low vibrational space, and just knew that I needed to be in another space altogether. Wow. So uprooted and shook my life around. And in 1 year, the whole life exploded, and just blessings and so many beautiful, powerful cognitions landing and guiding me to the next step. So each step, each layer was discovered right before him. Every time I talk about him, forgive me, I'm like a big baby. How much I love him.
That's beautiful, Ma. It's his love showering on you that is making you experience your love for him.
Yes, Ma. Yes.
So can you share a little bit about your experiences, either with Swamiji or, like you've said, in the past 4 years, you've had such a huge breakthroughs in your life, and then of course with Devi Parashakti herself.
So with Devi Parashakti, I didn't have a direct or a comment or a question answer. However, just like Ma Corina says, it's the same thing. Every time someone is blessed, someone's wishes or boons are fulfilled, and we receive a tatastu, it's literally like a tatastu on my heart, on my soul, on my ever being. So I'm constantly being showered. I really don't even have words. It's constant. It's direct communication. Swamiji says, keep his murti in your room. His murti is in my room. And I am legitimately always talking to him, always expressing my deepest gratitude and all of my frustrations, my angers, my injustices that are happening in the world. And every day it's like the next gives great joy to people around me. I feel like the beautiful healing energy that he initiated me with Dinetra, it's like so incredibly powerful. Day and every moment I get a chance to share. Parashakti is sharing is so incredible, because you don't hear this on media. You don't hear this in the world. You're not. Yeah. And if you do hear it, it's maybe in a very small mindset of people that are talking about this. Yes. But here we have a huge, massive community that is, effortlessly talking about it and being open and changing their life. Daily we are changing the way that we expand our life by doing mucus detox, by doing our panchakriyas, doing our meditations, listening to satsang, talking to each other, having vakya sadas between each other. It's just with is the ability to speak in the name of love and the name of his mission. And he also has empowered my heart to become full, incredibly full, so I can share my love for people and humanity. He's given me a mindset, a business mindset, something I didn't even think I was ever going to do or had it in me to even think about doing, because I was just so stunted in growth. Although knew that, I wanted to achieve all of these things, I just never thought that I had the will or the persistence or the super determinism to make this happen. He gave me these words, these powerful cognitions that I can articulate and actually do. That's the beauty. Yeah, that's really awesome.
You are
so awesome.
You're eloquently articulating his teachings and his blessings in your life, and clearly you're radiating everything he's been teaching. So it's really beautiful, Ma. So can you share your experience during this pandemic, how your life has been so different maybe from your friends or family who don't necessarily have Swamiji in their life right now, and you're still experiencing so many breakthroughs?
Sure. I had a beautiful opportunity to work with a lot of different kinds of people of all different kinds of sicknesses and livelihoods. So I've had the opportunity to see what COVID has done to so many people. It's destroying lives. It's creating a fear-based society. It's showing scarcity. But amongst all of that negative stuff, there's still this incredible, powerful space that says, we don't have to live like this anymore. Swamiji has showed us that, he has prepared us so many years in advance with the mindset, with the cognitions to surpass this negative vibration that's coming in super hard. So, just definitely being able to share these beautiful cognitions with people, telling them, not to be afraid, but to clean your body, to eat healthy, to not eat meat, to do all of the things that he's asked us to do, make sure we have clean drinking water, preparing ourselves for the future, but living in the now. And that means being healthy and being cognitively aware and having super conscious breakthroughs and all of these things. So I have had this opportunity to share those powerful cognitions with others. And so when I do feel like, and I have been in the root of the COVID experience, nobody has been affected within my circle or within my community that I know of, except patients that are outside of my own, life. But to see what they might have been going through, to see what their lives were like before COVID, really gave them a perspective, like spending more time with your children, not having the grind of work every single day, realizing that, we don't have to live like this. There's no, we can absolutely come beyond that, rise above that, and live and become spiritual. And spiritual doesn't mean necessarily, to meditate and all this, is to be cognitively aware. And that's all of these beautiful deities that come to us to give us darshan, these are reflections of us, so we can take on the role, the phase of them. I just love Swamiji so much. And I love my Sangha so much, and I love Hinduism so much. I just feel like every single person on planet Earth should be experiencing this breakthrough in all facets of life.
That's beautiful, Ma. And what would you like to share with, what would you share with them about having Swamiji in your life, especially during this global pandemic, where people are living in so much of fear, how you've experienced, a state beyond all of this and just having continuous breakthroughs?
So what I would say to someone just looking in, it's so important to know that you are loved. You are loved beyond your even wildest imagination. You are so loved by cosmos. You are so loved by the Divine Mother. I'm not really, going into a personal aspect of, just having a relationship with my own mother. Don't really have a relationship with my own mother. So there's many things that I think in my life that attributed to some of my incompletions. But for real, like for real, to be like just in her presence and watching her face is literally like your mom's hand on your head, or, you know, dabaing you on your lap, or it's like, you know, giving you so much love, like just for my own children too, you know, always letting them know in the gentle, beautiful, graceful demeanor Swamiji speaks to us and Deva Parashakti speaks to us. I do and replicate the same thing in my own life. My children are a direct reflection of who I am. And so that in itself, I'm sharing everything that he's sharing with me, I'm sharing with my children, whether or not they're completely in. I'm invested 100%. And eventually it'll get to this space that the people around me and then the new people that are coming in and people who are watching now, just know that you are intensely loved. You are immensely loved. Your heart is in the palm. I just learned this really cool cliche. It's in the lap of luxury. I feel like Swamiji, it's so beautiful. Just know that you're loved. You know, you may not have a relationship with your family. You may not have a good job. You may not have the best health. You may not have, but if you just believe that you are loved, all of those things will change.
Absolutely. And can you share a little bit about, you know, seeing this, you know, how Swamiji's been showering love on every single being, not just devotees or disciples, but anyone. It's, you know, Devi has been blessing any being who's asking or wanting to receive the blessings, and just opening herself up day in, day out, tirelessly attending to people, Swamiji's opened up his own homes, accepting everybody, giving them not just spiritual guidance and protection, but literally physical protection. How does this make you feel when you see his immense compassion?
It absolutely blows me away. And I'm on Instagram all the time. I'm a social media junkie right now, and I'm all about sharing all of this knowledge. And when I saw and heard that Swamiji had opened up his adinams to people, anybody for, you know, triple quarantine, that's huge. That's not like little, that's massive. That's like what billionaires and millionaires should be doing right now. That's what our government should be doing right now. This is what people who have lots and lots of money, because people who don't have lots of money are still doing things like that too. We're still giving to people, you know, but Swamiji, he's prepared this. He's been talking about this for like 3 years, I think. How to change, how to activate, be a part of the Sangha. When this happened, he would be prepared for it. And even though he's not even in India, that's what blows me away, right? Yes. He's doing all of this amazing, amazing saving. He's saving us. He's saving our lives. And to be able to protect the people of India, that really blows me away. You know, they were stolen. Everything was stolen from them when COVID hit. Livelihood was stopped. Their jobs were stopped. They couldn't get any medical care. There's, you know, political issues. There's all sorts of things, but his womb is open.
Yes, exactly. It's the only place where humanity will be able to be guaranteed protection. And
yes,
living in his breathing space and literally raising during this time of crisis rather than sinking into suffering like the rest of the world.
Yes. Imagine the kind of people are going to come out.
Exactly.
Right? This is the starting of his real ecosystem, I'm not going to cry right now. Just thinking about that, like, that's just so incredible. How are you so incredible? Like, you're the most incredible, the most compassionate. You're opening up your home, your womb, your life, your being for us.
Exactly.
Who would do that except God?
Exactly, Ma. There's no words to really describe Swamiji's compassion, and he's literally here to save humanity. And if the sooner we realize that, the sooner that we will raise ourselves, and the sooner that we will be able to receive his blessings.
Yes, Ma. And I believe, like all of us, the ones that are outside in the world, we are radiating him also very, very much.
Absolutely.
So, you know, we are part of the womb. And so we want to nourish, and we will nourish each and every person that comes into our contact. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Exactly, Ma. And can you share a little bit more about, you know, a specific experience that you might have had either in the past few months during this whole pandemic, or even since you've met Swamiji in the past 4 or 5 years, how, you know, maybe a specific breakthrough or blessing or boon that Swamiji's given you?
Idea to an invention, from an invention to a materializing, from materializing to absolutely living out it. So this gradual experience, and the greatest part, it never took time. It took ambiance. And I tell people this all the time, like, things can happen when all of the elements are put together and everything is in the right space. It will just happen. So that's the cognition that he gave me. And these are continuous things that have happened. A new job, a new idea that raised out of that. Then now I resigned from my company that I used to work with for, literally 4 years. The moment that he came into my life, I was introduced to a new company. I had a new breakthrough. I was able to do so many of the things that I've always dreamed about doing. Not even just, honestly, I didn't even dream about some of these things. These were things that he just implanted in me, like, you can do this. Yeah, you can do this. Yeah, you can do this. 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 And it was just constant and deeper and deeper and deeper I've gone. And it may at some moments felt scary, but now it doesn't feel that way. Now I feel like, oh, I know when it's about to happen. So like my energy level is super high. I don't sleep for a little while. All of a sudden it's this beautiful breakthrough. So I just resigned from a beautiful company that I worked for, and created a beautiful ambiance based on Swamiji completely. And then went into another opportunity, just recently opened up my own business. I'm sharing living water with the world. That in itself is blowing me away, because I was introduced to this water through my Sangha. Just, it's too much. It really is too much, too many blessings, one after the other. And
that's what life at Swamiji is like, though.
Yes, it's true. It's true. Like, no concept of time. Because for most people, like, what I've been through would take out the door 4 years.
And that's actually a really good point you've made, Ma. It's like, people think that manifesting what they want in their life takes time. People feel that, it may be in a few years, and they keep delaying. But with Swamiji in their life, with Swamiji continuously guiding and blessing and giving all the boons, it doesn't take any time. It will just manifest. It's just your decision to let him manifest through you.
That's absolutely correct, Ma. You said it perfectly.
And so you during this pandemic were able to complete a job that Swamiji had given you and start your own business at a time where most people are losing their jobs, losing their businesses. You are expanding during the pandemic.
Yes, expanding and expanding so much, including different aspects of expansion. So expanding, health wise. I've never been the healthiest in my life.
Wow.
And being able to utilize and create products that have the recommendations of what Swamiji uses, like ashwagandha, triphala, haritaki. These are creating just this whole environment has been. It's just so enriching, Ma. It's just too good. Like,
that's beautiful. You're able to create this spirituality, but you live this lifestyle and share it with the world.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I don't that people think maybe I'm a little crazy sometimes, but crazy is good. Crazy is wild. Crazy is adventurous, creative, inspiring, enriching. All of those things. The ability to speak, the ability to share, the ability to share knowledge. And just to be, the leader that he is. If you didn't know him, you would still think he was an amazing leader.
Absolutely.
Right? Because his whole demeanor shares that. It radiates that. So I want to be in his vision always.
Absolutely. It's like even his enemies can't deny the type of leader he is and what kind of inspiration he puts in people.
It's true. It's so true.
And you were saying you've had a lot of breakthroughs in your health. Can you share a little bit more about that?
Sure. From meat family. I definitely went vegetarian for a long time and then came back and lived in that low cognition, low vibrational space. Felt like, things were going wrong. Things, my gaining weight, skin didn't look good. My hair wasn't growing. I ended up shaving my head because I wanted to donate it, but I couldn't donate it because it was unhealthy at one time. And so, so many things, like I had surgery on my knees because I had meniscus and ACL surgery. I had some, edema in my right ankle. I've had some back issues. I have twins that are going to be 18 in December. So, I had a tailbone that was broken from childbirth, like all of these things. But what he did for me in terms of my health is he gave me the right knowledge base to correct, even though I'm not really crazy about the taste, but I love it so much because I know the power of haritaki, right? My panchakriya, my anima, ability to correct all of these things in such a short period of time. Like, illness is not lifelong, but it is very curable, things that you can change. Yes, I'm sorry, Mom, I will go keep going.
No, that's okay. That's really beautiful, Ma, that, in every aspect of your life that he's given you blessings and boons, and you've been able to just have so many breakthroughs. Thank you so much, Ma, for sharing. And we really appreciate you coming and joining us and sharing your experiences and blessings and boons with everybody.
Thank you very much, Ma. It's such a pleasure. I'm so honored, and I love Swamiji so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you.
Nithyananda.
All right. Thank you so much, dear viewers. We will be taking a short break. And now we have Ma Deborah.
Nithyananda Ma.
Nithyananda Ma.
I'm not hearing you, Ma.
Nithyananda Ma, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, Ma. That's great.
Nithyananda Ma, welcome. Great to have you here, Ma. Can you just share a little bit about yourself and your background?
Yes, I'm from Toronto, Canada. So I know Ma Gayatri, and I become Apat Sannyas about a couple years ago, year and a half ago. And until I went to the Adinam, I actually, even now, I've never met Swamiji in person either. But
wow, two people.
He is incredible, and he is I will be with Swamiji forever. So yes, I'm very, very thankful for Swamiji, for the Sangha, for Sanatana Hindu Dharma. It is everything I've been searching for my entire life, and knew it existed, somehow knew it existed, but could not find it until he was right in front of me on the internet, and after calling out for him. So I took everything online I could. I even took the first 6 seasons of Paramashivoham, and that's when I declared Apat Sannyas. And I'm so blessed. So much has changed. He has healed me so much. I can't even, it's not just healed me, but healed my life, healed my relationships, healed in every aspect, totally transformed. People who have known me in the past, they don't even recognize my body, let alone me. So he's transformed me greatly, and I'm so thankful, so thankful.
Wow.
Wow. What I just thought of.
Can you share a little bit more?
Yes, go ahead.
About what exactly what feeling you've experienced. Sorry, Ma, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just asking, can you elaborate a little bit more about your background and your experiences with Swamiji, about what kind of healing you've experienced and how you, in every possible way.
Mm-hmm. Well, I grew up with, my childhood was filled with a lot of abuse, and I thought I had gotten away from it and moved beyond that when I went to university.
but it still affected all my relationships, men and women, all relationships, all types of relationships. And then finally, when I was married, I realized that later on in the relationship that I had married someone that was maybe the culmination of all those negative relationships. And so there was a lot of wrong cognitions that I didn't even realize that I was operating with. And I had created a lot of pain patterns, a lot of pain shafts, suffering, and it affected my ability to manifest, my ability to even have consistent energy or consistent resources. Sometimes I had wealth, and sometimes I ended up in poverty again. So I knew there was something not right. But as soon as I found Swamiji and Sanatana Hindu Dharma and the ecosystem of Kailasa that protected me and strengthened me, then I started really having mature conversations with myself. And Swamiji really transformed everything. I became Devi again. I had gone through a lot, and I had sort of lost all that feminine side, the Devi side, even though I was a mother, and I had felt I was a good mother. There were things I could not control and things that I magnetized to me or manifested because of what I was holding within my inner space.
So can you elaborate a little bit specifically on those experiences that where Swamiji has healed you and attended to you?
Yes. I realized not too long ago that what it really felt like to have an healed inner space, a healed heart, and melting down and clearing out all the pain shafts, pain and suffering shafts, because I was in a way doing it to myself, of course, but I was really blocked in terms of seeing how I was manifesting what I didn't want versus what I did want. So once I began having powerful cognitions and operating from conscious decision and conscious awareness in every moment, which I actually really became strong in from unclutching, doing the unclutching meditation, doing all the clutching satsangs and all that. But at first it was hard for me to even cognize unclutching. But when you unclutch or detach from all the thoughts, they don't control you anymore. You clear the inner space, and then you can create, manifest what you do want in the inner space through the powerfulness of the oneness with Swamiji. Because if all those pain patterns and pain shafts are there, that's blocking you from being in full oneness with Swamiji. And once that happened, I really started manifesting. I asked Swamiji to bless me with manifesting my reality auspiciously at will and others' reality auspiciously at will. And he said Tatastu, and then I actually started doing that. And the first few times I thought, oh, did that just happen? and then it became more and more constant, more and more consistent, more and more just being in the space of oneness and causing, enriching, doing everything for Sa and Sanatana Hindu Dharma. really facilitated that. So as I was manifesting my reality at will, I was also, especially you have the mirroring neurons too. So if you're in that space and you're powerfully manifesting through conscious decision, not, just going with the flow and being swung this way and that way by all your negative thoughts here and there and emotions and whatnot. Positive possibility.
You're sharing a lot about, your, yes, Mom. And so you've been sharing a lot about your experiences and how you've experienced healing. How do you think that, other women in your situation who have, experienced violence or trauma in their life, why do you think they need to connect to Swamiji? Why do you feel that they could, especially in a time like this when so much of suffering and so much of loss is there in the world, why do you think that Swamiji is needed for humanity right now?
Kalpataro and completion and unclutching, they all work together to undo the programming of the matrix world, the Maya. I didn't realize how I was programmed to, just give myself over, give my energy over, give my resources over, give my the control of my reality over. And once that block was cleared, I just kept facing everything that Swamiji brought in front of me to have healed and cleared. Never give up. Don't run away. Don't shut down. But I just dropped all my fear and anxiety and uncertainty at Swamiji's feet, and just strongly, in a mature way, faced every single thing that was brought for me to clear and heal and complete. Because the benefit is Swamiji, Paramashiva Parashakti, completes all incompletions, past, present, and future, and negative side effects. So you can create your new reality.
Absolutely.
So you live that new reality.
Absolutely. And what would you say to all the viewers out there, especially women who might have been in your situation or who have experienced, similar situations as you? What would you say to them now who are listening? How would you, what kind of guidance or advice in their situation?
Don't give up and be strong to face what you need to face.
And how do you think that Swamiji would be able to help them in their situations? How he's helped you? How would you tell people to connect to Swamiji? How would you tell them about Swamiji's blessings and how they can be helped by Swamiji?
Well, there's so much. Where do I even start? The oneness capsules made a big difference for me. It's instantaneous. And the clearing of the karmas. I did the Nishakshara Shanti Homa at Houston and had a big, incredible shift after that. The pujas, giving gratitude, all the things that Swamiji provides. If you just go through the process and stick to it and don't give up, you will transform. You will receive all the blessings, all the healings, all the boons. In fact, I recently was blessed with Akashic reading by Devi Parashakti, and it was maybe like 2 weeks ago. And all of a sudden on Friday, I had received a couple little boons since then, but I received a big one on Friday. One of the boons that Devi Parashakti blessed me for happened on Friday.
Wow,
and everything that day was very auspicious. And I just kept being in oneness with Swamiji and making positive declaration and prayers for blessing as I went through each stage throughout the day to make it happen.
And how does it make you feel, Ma, when you're seeing, Swamiji not just attending to you, but attending to every single being, every single person who is in need of a blessing or healing or a boon or, even just a place to quarantine? How does it make you feel seeing Swamiji attending to every single person, through the Akashic readings, through opening up the Adinams? How does it make you feel, Ma?
It's incredible. He makes himself many, and that he's with everyone all at the same time. Different degrees, different levels, according to whatever is needed, but it is a real blessing. Even those that are yet to be in oneness with Swamiji, enriching them as well. Just giving everything that's needed so that humanity can break through this bondage and receive, enlightenment, which was meant to occur long ago, but is incredible that Swamiji is sacrificing everything to make sure we are all that want to be, want to rise up out of the Maya and to be enlightened are in that process of receiving that.
Absolutely. And it's like so beautiful to hear your sharing and how you've experienced Swamiji and how he's attended to you exactly how you needed at that time. Every single person, maybe they might not even be interested in spirituality, but how Swamiji is attending exactly every single aspect of their life, every single thing that they need. It's such a beautiful experience, like to hear about, especially, hearing from you from where you came from and to where you are now, taking up at sannyas and, deciding to commit your life to Sangha and Swamiji. It's such a beautiful sharing that you've given us today.
Thank you, Ma. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Everyone does in facilitating Swamiji's mission.
Welcome back, dear viewers. Today, we have joining us Ma Aishwarya Murali from India, who is here to share her experience of Devi Parashakti Akashic reading. Nithyananda Ma Aishwarya.
Nithyananda Ma.
Nithyananda Ma, thank you so much for joining us for the live sharing today. So what is it that you are here to share with us?
Yes, so actually, Ma, I have been seeing the Devi Akashic readings. They've been happening for around a month now. And I was attending it and I became a member of the channel, YouTube channel, so that I can post something. Even though really I had nothing as such, I felt even like asking to Devi. I still wanted to just say present, so every day I will just say something in the chat, right? And I saw, okay, Devi is really like ferocious, that she's really coming very direct and telling everything without beating around the bush at all. Okay, so in a way, I was a little bit like intimidated about that. Of course, she's mother, so there's no incompletion, but it's just like, oh God, what is she going to expose about me to me now, right? So, but still, even then, I was just doing it simply, whatever, like just putting my presence there every day. And then after a point, I was like, but Devi is not responding to, that thing of taking your name and addressing you. It gives a completely different feeling altogether. So I was really craving for that. And I was like, what is happening? Why? What is this? What's going on that I'm missing this? Right? And then just a few days ago, Swamiji came and gave a live satsang after so long. And he gave this instruction and said that even if Devi is, doing boo-boo and frightening you and everything, she is only doing absolutely right for you. Don't be frightened about if she speaks, she scolds also, don't bother about it. The only thing is, if she should see you, and she should see your message and respond to you. That's what matters. She will sort out what needs to be sorted out. But you just be addressed by her, which is exactly what I also wanted. So Swamiji told this, means baby level simple instruction, saying to keep the betel leaf and betel nut and 1 rupee coin, 1 paisa coin actually he was telling, right? And keep a banana. So very basic tambulam, he's saying just receive Devi ritualistically. Okay. So I said, okay, fine. Obviously, there is this part, which says, how is it connected? I know Swamiji is here. He's literally manifesting in this presence. His presence is here now. This is real, right? That they're meeting at this. It's not like it's a screen and something else like that. But somehow, even then, it was very difficult to really fully comprehend how is this keeping this betel leaves going to actually connect to Devi giving the response. Anyway, my question, so main thing is you do what Guru says, right? So I ordered it got some betel leaves, and the next time that I attended the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading, I kept the one small plate. And I just rushed and kept some betel leaf. I got it from my fridge and kept it. Got some 2 rupee coin and kept it on that plate. That's it. Such a zero level preparation actually. It wasn't even some big preparation that I did. It was what Guru told, that much only I did, right? And exactly that day, Devi responded to me. After 1 month, I'm waiting for. After 1 month of me waiting and craving and saying, please, 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 suddenly the very same day that I did this, she took my name, she responded, she addressed me as I wanted. And basically the idea that she'll say something scary is more scary than whatever she'll say. Because what she'll say is actually very sweet. Like if you connect with her, she's speaking to your cognition, basically. So it's very intimate conversation she's having at that moment, and it's very direct, and it's like how if your mom talks to you, you won't even have this idea that, oh, she's scolding or she's intimidating and all these big theory words. You'll just be like, yeah, she's telling something, I'm listening, and we're just sitting together and having this moment. It was literally like that. And how did this great blessing happen to me? Because my Guru told, keep betel leaf, and I just, without listening to my logic, obeyed and just did it and kept it. And immediately, the very same session, that moment, she's answering me. It was such a beautiful happening. If anybody is listening to this, the big takeaway is more than even how happy and beautiful I felt from Devi answering. Genuinely, what's more powerful for me is that decision to listen to what Swamiji told, immediately paying off. That's what really struck me. Because obviously for so many years being connected to Swamiji, every time I've listened to him, good has happened to me. This moment is so unique because it happened immediately. Like without any time gap also, it just immediately happened. So that is what really was the most beautiful part of this whole experience for me.
So beautifully shared, actually, Aishwarya. So whenever we listen to Guru Vak, I am doing it just because my Guru is saying. You will just see so many things just happening. so auspiciously, immediately things manifesting in your life. Just this one cognition, I am doing it because my guru told me, right? Your logic may go with it, may not go with it, whatever, doesn't matter. I am doing it because my guru told me. Just that one cognition is enough for you to have everything you want in life, and ultimately Jivan Mukti, ultimately enlightenment itself. Just this one cognition, I am doing it because my guru told me. Very beautiful, Aishwarya. And this is actually one thing that Swamiji has told. For those of you who missed that satsang, just when Swamiji was explaining in the satsang about how to receive Devi Parashakti, Swamiji said, just have a plate with a betel leaf and a betel nut and some like 2 banana and a small dakshina, a coin. It can be a 10 paise coin or a $25 coin. Doesn't matter, some coin. And just offer it to Devi. And after the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading is over, you can consume that, keep it separately, so that once it significant amount collects, you can send it to the LA temple as your dakshina, the temple in Los Angeles. So beautifully shared, Aishwarya. As soon as, see, so many of us are here. And if you're watching this on YouTube, I request you to do comment on the YouTube channel. How many of you are really waiting for Devi to answer your question? You are really waiting. You so much are like every day you come and post question. I just want Devi to call out my name. I really want Devi to respond to me. I want Devi to connect with me. I want Devi to Parashakti to answer my questions. I want the Cosmic Mother to just call me daughter. I just want the Cosmic Mother to call me son. I just want her to tell me that she is there for me. Something we will have. Somewhere we want her to acknowledge our presence. We want us to acknowledge her presence in our life. We want her to acknowledge our presence in her life. I just want Devi to call my name. I just want to hear how it sounds when Devi calls my name. What kind of experience I get inside of me. So many of us have this intense yearning. So all you need to do is simple. Just get 2 betel leaf, 1 betel nut, 2 banana, and a $25 or some coin. Just keep it in a plate. And just sincerely, Swamiji said, all these, without these rituals, it becomes an unconscious act. So when you actually do the ritual, every time you bring back that emotion, you bring back that bhava to connect with Devi, and you feel that she is real. That is what happens when you do these rituals. So these rituals are to break the monotonous, unconscious. At some point, you just keep seeing the screen. You just take it for granted. You don't realize that, what Devi is actually landing from, being from Kailasa is coming and she is calling my name. Imagine in the whole Prapancha and in this world of 7 billion people, your name gets called. When Devi Parashakti lands from Kailasa, she acknowledges your question, she answers. How does it feel? It feels so special. You feel like Brahmanyam Bahuputratam. I am the favorite inheritor of the cosmos. I am her favorite. She called out my name. She called me daughter. Whatever it is. However she connects with you. You just feel that love, you just feel that warmth, you just feel that affection and that grace of Devi Parashakti. So beautifully shared, Ma Aishwarya. Anything else would you like to share?
Yes, Ma. Literally, this is something which is incalculable because it is too small in action. I was sitting in the same way, cleaning my room, preparing the space in the same way. Only thing different I did that time was what Swamiji told, keeping these items, few ritualistic items, that's it I did different. And it actually made such a big difference in the what happened and even in the way I was receiving it. Like, it was so much more intense that I was receiving with like tears dripping down my face. It was so powerful, and the action actually what I did is no way proportional to the result which it actually brought. So definitely, like when we get these kind of small instructions, especially, let's jump into it and do whatever Swamiji tells. It's so fun and it works. It literally works.
Beautiful, Ma. Thank you so much for sharing, Ma Aishwarya. Thank you so much for coming live and sharing your experience today. Thank you.
Nithyanandam, thank you.
Nithyanandam.
Welcome back, dear viewers. My name is Manitya Purnipriyananda, and I'm a brahmachari of the Nithyananda order. So today we will be entering into the most exciting segments of our show. It is where people will share their personal experiences of Devi Parashakti. Every day, Swamiji is attending to devotees, disciples, and all beings through Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, and all our platforms, and making himself available to humanity to give blessings, boons, and heal every being who is suffering and in need of healing during this pandemic. Today, we have two exciting sharings available. One, we'll start with Ma Gayatri, who is from Canada. So, Ma Gayatri, can the NTV operator please project Ma Gayatri? Thank you.
Nithyananda Ma, thank you for having me here.
Welcome. So you can please share a few words about yourself, about who you are and how you met Swamiji.
Sure. Actually, thank you for bringing me here because I've never met Swamiji ever. And so this is really interesting that the first time I actually visited the Ohio temple was in 2015. And that's how my association with Swamiji kind of started.
Wow.
It's crazy. And I've just been very blessed because somewhere along 2018, I really got connected to more people in the Sangha. And since then, I've always been connected to people with Swamiji. And I just feel like that connection just grew stronger. And Swamiji has been very, very kind and benevolent that every time I've sort of needed help in life, he's just sent angels my way, and they're all, giving me his teachings and really enriched me and helped me, grow stronger with getting powerful cognitions. And my Deborah is also there. She's also been one of those acharyas who's really been very kind and benevolent with me, and really helped me have powerful cognitions and really have a shift in life in general. So that's how my association with Swamiji started and just grew stronger from there. And recently what happened was I saw Devi. First of all, I would like to mention that Swamiji has been so kind. I mean, at a time where, you have countries closing borders, you have everybody sort of shutting their homes. Nobody wants to have anybody in the vicinity. Swamiji has so kindly opened up his entire Adinam to anyone without looking at their gender, caste, creed, nothing. You don't even have to be a devotee, And Swamiji has so generously opened his doors and allowed everybody to come in. And not only just that, he's providing them hospitality, food, everything possible. I mean, that at this point, no government is also doing that, So I would just like to share that Swamiji is doing something that's amazing, and it's really incredible. And especially at a time where people are being so hesitant to help each other out, Swamiji is really, really, a beacon of ray of hope for humanity in general.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He is the only hope for humanity.
Yeah, that he's making the effort to protect everybody. So I just want to share that. And just to talk about my sharing with the Devi blessings, which is why we're here. It's actually kind of sweet because I did get a tatastu from Devi a couple weeks back. And I saw, and Devi was so kind and benevolent, and she gave me a tatastu. But there was somewhere I kind of wanted, obviously I'm being greedy here, I kind of wanted Devi to have a conversation, because I was like, Devi, you're calling everybody Chalamagale. I'm like, what about me now? So I literally was nagging everybody who would listen to me, saying like, how do I get, attention? And so actually Manyanatma was like, why don't you try to go via the kailasa.com, the kailasa.org, the website. And so I was so genuinely grateful, because not only did Devi bless me for what I asked for, but she went above and beyond and, gave me so much more. Was not even thinking about the things that she blessed me. I was not even thinking of asking for that. I had written an essay to her, like, I want this. But, she gave me she knew what my heart wanted, and it was like literally like someone had just got into my heart, seen everything what I wanted, and just given me the answer that I needed to hear. It was just like someone had read everything that I needed to hear, and so sweetly.
And how did that make you feel, Ma?
I was beaming. I couldn't stop. I have the recording, which I keep looking at. I've been like non-stop, constantly just playing playing it back and forth. And I'm like, okay, this is just great because as you can see, I'm really smiling, and it was just amazing. And, it was just such a beautiful blessing. And it was so benevolent, and I was so grateful. And there was just this beam of light and joy that was radiating, and I was just so grateful to even feel that energy. I was exuberant. Because I was like,
absolutely. I mean, you can just tell from the way you're speaking and how much you're radiating the excitement and happiness and peace that you're having. It's so clear from the way you're speaking. So can you share a little bit more about, Devi has attended to you personally in every single aspect, even what was unasked from you. She's attended to you. She has blessed you. She's given you all of the boons and healing that you were looking. So can you share a little bit about how you felt when you heard Devi Swamiji attending to every being, every person, every day in, day out, nonstop, how you felt hearing that, making how Swamiji has made himself so available to humanity to heal them, bless them, and give them anything they need during this time of crisis.
Exactly. That is one of those things that's very kind and benevolent of Swamiji, because he is just so merciful, because example for me, I have never seen Swamiji in person. So it's not like I've even attended the IA programs or any program for that matter. I've only attended the online programs, and I have not really done anything great to even be receiving this boon, to be honest with you. Like literally, so when Swamiji attends to people like me, I think that's incredible, because he's not just doing that to people who are in the Sangha, but he's just extending himself above and beyond to everybody. And not just that, it's also very individualized. It's personalized to what people want. It's not just a general blessing saying, okay, it's exactly what people need to hear. And the blessing also comes, I feel, with a healing, which is so much with his, when he takes your name, I feel like you're healed, he's good when he says that. And I just think that I just have gratitude because words are failing me to describe what he's doing. But the only thing I can say is I just have immense gratitude, and I just have love and gratitude for Swamiji, because I don't know what else to say, because he's just so merciful and benevolent,
Absolutely. And it's really beautiful to hear that you've never met Swamiji, you've never done a program, but Swamiji knew exactly what you needed and exactly how to attend to you and exactly how to give you the blessings that you want, and even what you did not ask, he gave. And it's such a boon and blessing to have Swamiji in your life, and how he's not doing that just for you, but every single being, every single person who's in need during this crisis, during this time of the pandemic, when no one else, like you said, no one else is there attending to people. Swamiji is not only attending to people physically, but spiritually and emotionally in every single way that they could possibly need. And it's just such a beautiful thing that you've never really actually met Swamiji in person or really done any kind of program. So
I know, and I was surprised, because honestly, I was not expecting, because I'm just not in the inner. I was like, wow, Swamiji did, and it's not just this. It's like every time I'm upset or in any sort of need of spiritual help or emotional help, I've always had people come and heal me through Swamiji's teachings. And he's just kind of built a beautiful ecosystem for people to raise each other up. And I feel like for that, I'm very grateful, because especially in today's times where so many people are going through so many mental health issues, I think Swamiji is building Kailasa for creating a beautiful ecosystem like that to help raise each other up, So for that, I'm very grateful.
Absolutely, Ma.
Yeah.
And can you share a little bit about your background and your maybe a little bit about yourself and your career, etc.?
Sure. So I'm a Tamilian, and I'm from Bombay, but I was raised in the Middle East actually, and my background is actually in fashion. I did my master's in New York, and I was working in fashion in New York, and I recently moved to Toronto, and I actually moved in the middle of the pandemic. Which is why I'm grateful for the ecosystem, because that's kind of when in 2020 was when I really connected with other people, and really with the Canadian Sangha to say. And it was really amazing because up until then, I only had a few friends in the Sangha who kept me integrated to Swamiji. But when when I really came to Toronto was when I got really integrated. And so my background has been mostly in fashion. It's got nothing to do with anything with spirituality. Obviously, I was raised in a typical South Indian upbringing. So I was, I knew all the prayers, and like I knew Bhagavad Gita and Vishnu Sahasranamam, but I never really knew the aspect that Swamiji teaches is also very practical. The things like completion, the things like they really change your life. It's not just chanting mantras, but it goes above and beyond that, and that
Absolutely.
I didn't have in my life. I did have spirituality, yes, because I've always kind of been spiritual, but I've never really, in my background as a career, did not have any spirituality in it,
Absolutely.
and I always felt a void because of that. So I was very grateful because Swamiji not only really gives you the spiritual aspect, but it's very practical. It's basically unlearning so the conditioning that the society puts in, and I didn't know that I had these conditioning even, so I was like, whoa, I just did the Paramashivoham program recently, and I have 4 books of completion to be done. But
Wow.
that's the load that the society kind of puts on you, and we don't realize that. For the longest time I was unaware of my patterns even, and this way,
Yeah.
I feel like Swamiji really gives you the tools to kind of grow so much more than, and it's like spiritual therapy. I always feel like I'm in therapy, but like it's spirituality. Like Swamiji kind of infuses both, and it's great. And it's so useful, especially in today's time when people are going through so much of stress and so many things going on.
Exactly.
It's not just one aspect of life. So I feel like that's just where I really connected with Swamiji.
And that's really beautiful to hear that, you don't have necessarily a very, a career that's focused in spirituality, or you don't necessarily have you've maybe not even had a guru before this, I don't know. But it's really beautiful that you living in New York, living like a fast-paced lifestyle, being in the fashion industry. I'm sure you would never think that someone like you, so young and so, living in like such a modern lifestyle would have such a connection to Swamiji and feel that his teachings are applicable in their life, and are able to relate with Swamiji and apply his teachings. And why I just wanted to ask, for you being so young and living kind of a very different lifestyle than you would think of someone in spirituality, why do you think someone why do people need Swamiji in their life? Why do you think that people need, especially during this time, during the pandemic, when spirituality, people might feel like that's a secondary issue for them? Why do you think that they need to attend people?
I'll say this, I mean, even though I didn't have a guru or anything like that, I come from a really religious background, because I'm an Iyer. So like I learned all the Bhagavad Gita, the Vishnu, all the religious aspects of it. And I think what happens is most people think spirituality is just basically chanting a bunch of mantras and going to the temple, being close-minded is kind of what they box it in. But what connected me with Swamiji more than that. It was teaching you the concept of Hinduism in a way that is really authentic, yes, but also in a way that, it makes you question. It's not just about by-hearting a couple of things. It's actually understanding the essence behind it, Like, I've been chanting Bhagavad Gita since I was a kid. I never knew the essence of the 15th chapter, When I heard Swamiji, when I heard them translating during the Maheshwara Puja, I was like, wait a minute, this makes so much sense. That, I had heard my parents, like my dad, saying Advaita, but as a child, that concept itself is very far-fetched. I didn't understand it. Swamiji kind of breaks it down and like spoon feeds it to you in a way that's digestible. That's how I would put it. I was in pain, and I've had chronic pain for over a decade at this point. And if you go to a doctor, they're very quick to give you all kinds of medicines. And I used to have a lot of pills, but what Swamiji really tells is like, he kind of points out where the pain is really coming from, and that shift nobody gave me, and for those things I'm grateful for, because it's not just about it's more than just religion. It's more than just, it's a way of living, and that itself is beautiful. It's not about it being religious in a sense. It's so much more about being spiritual and understanding your life, every aspect of your life. It's just like how we think, how we eat, how we sleep, like, all of those things. It just helped me. It pointed out a lot of my patterns, which were giving me pain. And actually, some of them, I remember the first time in 2018 when I was going through a sort of crisis in some sense. I had a friend from the Sangha. Actually, he's a really good friend now. He was body scanning me, and he was like, oh, you have these patterns. And I'm like, what do you mean I have these patterns? Like, what are you talking about? Because I didn't know anything about body scanning. And I was like, what are you talking about? Because this is just someone I met on Facebook. And I'm like, he's telling me about things that happened to me when I was 6. And I was like, wait a minute, how do you know this? But, it's things like that. And they're so powerful because Swamiji really gives you the tools. It's not just teachings. He gives you the tools for each and everybody to kind of clean out the mess that the society sort of drills into you, and really sort of helps you navigate life on another level and on another level of bliss, I would say. I mean, I think he beautifully guides you through every step of the way, to be able to achieve that. Maya, you're muted. I can't hear you. Maya, you're muted. I can't hear you. Yeah.
I was just saying, it's exactly what you're saying. He gives both the theory and the technique to live your entire life.
Yeah, exactly. Like completion,
Thank you
like completion is a great process. I think everybody should be taught of that in school. We don't have that, but we should be taught completion. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ma, for your beautiful sharing.
Thank you.
I think all the viewers really enjoyed everything you were sharing. So
when we're waiting for Sonali to come live and share her experience, if you are somebody who received your Akashic reading, and if you would like to share your experience live on Nithyananda TV, you can email us at contact@kailasa.org. Send us an email, just give a gist of what was your experience, and then we will be more than happy to have you join the live panel. Okay, now today we have Sonali Gupta. Nithyanandam, Sonali.
Nithyanandam Ma, thank you for having me here. It's my pleasure to share my experience about what changes and transformation Devi has brought in my life. And before I go into the experience I had from the recent Akashic readings, I want to share that Devi has been like a very transformative force. Like she's always been someone that I connect to so deeply that, I have done completions and I've done so many things, but with Devi, like with her grace, it just opens like floodgates. So before I share what happened recently, right, like last year, during one of the Paramashivoham programs, during a Devi darshan, I was intensely praying to her, and she gave me courage. And I thought, like, there's one thing that I've been putting off on was to kind of become a Sarvanyapita Yajaman, and I pledged during that darshan that I will make it happen. Like I'll just do everything possible to make that happen. And within 15 days of that, I worked through my incompletions. They surfaced, but I kind of took the jump within 15 days of that darshan, and I actually made a jump into Sarvanyapita Yajaman. And of course, that was a great blessing, right? Not to say, like, Devi definitely blessed with a lot more than what I could offer. It's her grace and compassion is so good. And very recently, during these Akashic readings, I had submitted my questions, but like everyone else, I wasn't sure if Devi was going to answer and if she's ever going to answer my prayer. But I was just tuning on to the session, listening, and I'd submitted my questions a few days ago, not even on that day, but it was my birthday on 28th of April, and as soon as Devi kind of few sentences, I heard my name as the very first name. And just hearing that, I of course did not understand the language, but just hearing my name and the energy, it was like I knew something was shifted, like it was just something was taken care of. And I did not know what Devi said, but it was amazing. And I was just absorbing that and just trying to figure out like what that meant and what was this shift. And I was just totally enjoying that space. And then the very next day, when the Akashic readings happened again, the readings had started and I just posted my question casually. I wasn't even at that point, I thought, I'm probably already late. But Devi again, within a minute, she answered me again. And she gave me this very beautiful blessing of saying, I'll reside in you as Alam Vellar Siddha. And that just took me to another level. I've always thought that, Guru Bhakti and connection and what that means. But with that blessing, I just felt like this new dimension of me open up. I almost feel like I can experience what Guru Bhakti is. I actually kind of know from a different plane altogether what that connection is. And it's beautiful. I'm just enjoying that space. And now I'm looking to, of course, there are many things we always ask for boons and all, but the space is kind of such that I know that whatever I ask for or whatever I have, like her compassion is so much that she can actually grant anything. And that's something I wanted to share with everyone.
So beautifully summarized, Sonali. And Sonali, actually, first of all, wanted to thank you for contributing and supporting Kailasa as a Sarvanyapita Yajaman. And what aspect of you, like what is it that you really connected with in Kailasa and Swamiji's mission that made you take this jump to contribute towards this divine cause? What was that in you specifically that made you decide, yes, I need to become a Sarvanyapita Yajaman, I need to support and I need to contribute to this divine cause?
Yeah, I think the very, very first thing that kind of clicked with me was when I attended my IA in December 2016. That was my very first connection where I really kind of met Swamiji and attended a full 21-day program with him. At that time, there was a full day on, how Swamiji has been contributing towards Sanatana Hindu Dharma and everything that he's been trying to do. And the fact that, he mentioned that he's just here to make a statement to the world that Sanatana Hindu Dharma is real. I think that one sentence struck me and that just stuck with me forever. And I always wanted to stand up for his mission and do something in whatever small way we can, right? I think it's also Swamiji's way of making us realize our true potential, right? We, as so many people have said before, you cannot really give to him. You can only get showered, but it's about taking that action and standing up for and saying yes, right? Saying yes, that I want to stand up for it. And that's what I wanted to stand up for. And I want to continue doing more and more, right? So Devi has shifted me to a space where I'm where I really think that, that I can feel that the real purpose of life is to really kind of continue to give and continue to just do whatever I can for this purpose and this mission of Swamiji's.
So beautifully shared, Sonali. Thank you so much for coming live and sharing. And let me ask Pranaprema if you would like to have ask Sonali anything.
Yes, I just have one question for you, Sonali. First of all, thank you so much for coming live for our viewers. And I just wanted to know what was the space shift that you had after you became a Sarvanyapita Yajaman? What was your cognition shift that you had about wealth and abundance? Because it's not like everybody has that wealth ready-made to offer it. It is the space that you carry. And with Swamiji's blessings, once you create the space through us. So what would you like to tell our viewers? What was the space shift that you had when you manifested Sarvanyapita Yajaman?
Yeah. So for me, the biggest space shift was from being this person who was kind of insecure and trying to hold on to the wealth, thinking that it will be used for something, and kind of having that insecurity or fear inside me that would prevent me from taking that jump, and this fear of being judged, and fear of what will people think, and am I crazy? Like, with that, from moving from that fear to actually moving to a space where I am, where I don't really, where wealth happens, but I don't feel very attached to it. I think that has been the biggest shift for me. I don't have to worry about wealth. I don't have to think about it. It's just another thing in my life. It's not something that I worry or fear about.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you so much for joining the show today. It was really inspiring how you are holding Swamiji and his mission and how you're supporting it. Really, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me, Ma.
Thank you, Sonali.
So joining with us today, we have Manitya Shivananda, who has been with Swamiji for a very long time, because actually since the time, she's one of the blessed beings who got to witness the Leelas of how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism worked one at a time, and built Kailasa from the scratch. And she's one of those blessed beings who got to be there, live around Swamiji, personally see the hard work that Swamiji put in, personally first-hand experience of witnessing all the Leelas, all the hard work and everything Swamiji put in, all the Tyaga, the sacrifices that Swamiji put in to build Kailasa. And she is the Mahant of Kailasa in Ohio. And she's here joining with us today to share her experience of Devi Parashakti's Akashic reading and her experience with Swamiji. Nithyanandamma.
Nithyanandamma, am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, you are. And would you like to start with introducing your name, where you're from, and also how long you know Swamiji for?
Yes, Ma, it's a pleasure to be here sharing with you all. I've known Swamiji from 2004. And it's not a long time. For me, it's like a lifetime, So such a pleasure journey. And it's practically experiencing the living enlightenment. That's how I feel. And he takes you through all steps. I know where I started from and where I am now. And practically every step of the way, Swamiji guides you. And whether you are close by him, whether you're living next to him, or you're so 10,000 miles away or miles away, his energy guides you. That is my experience. I am in Ohio, Kailasa, Ohio. It's a beautiful temple gifted by Swamiji. It is the first temple that was gifted to the humanity outside India. So we are
Wow.
and the deities there, the main deities, Nithyanandeshwara and Nithyanandeshwari, are practically carved by Swamiji. He himself, after
Wow.
so it is just when I see him, or even when the people see him, they literally see him there and his energy there. It's the master's presence is there. Even today, even now, it is there. It's been 15 years the temple open, and it is on a beautiful river base, and Shiva is sitting. It's a sight to see how. And the time when at that time mission was forming, so we had it's like almost like it's a Devaloka event. That time when Swamiji inaugurated, still some people say that they cannot forget that how they were practically. I felt like I was floating on the air.
Wow.
It was like that, and with the serene looking, and such a beautiful thing. We have come a long way from that. All of us have grown who stayed with Swamiji, especially I feel like I have experienced how, as a human being, I have grown from all the what do you call the samskaras, or your incompletions, or whatever your patterns, and step by step how he took us as a Nijavatara. It's like living
Wow.
Krishna now. Living with Krishna.
Absolutely.
Yes, and you know how in those days I read that how people will feel Krishna no matter where he was. That's how it is. We can be living in US, but still everything is happening for us here. It's as a temple, and the temple. I was born and raised in the temple environment. My parents owned 100-year old temple, but I did not know the context and also how to live with that. Temples are the base. Swamiji taught us that the temples are the base.
Nithyananda, sorry, Ma Shivananda, just sorry, Ma. I think your audio is going a little softer. If you could be a little bit more louder.
Okay.
If you can just talk a little bit more closer to the mic, or a little bit more louder, everyone will be able to.
Can you hear me now, Ma? I increased the volume.
This is a little better, yeah.
Okay. So, temples are our base for enlightenment. When we go to the temple, we feel that we are living with the living entities. Deities were just when I used to go to the temple, I go and pray and come back. But not now like that. They're just living entities. It's only Swamiji taught us that. All that. And now it is Akashic reading. Swamiji has Devi, and he is answering all questions. Ma, what else do we want in this life? Right?
Wow.
True. Telling us what to do, how can I live? And he gives you the strength to a lot of people, especially in the coronavirus time. And last year, the whole virus time, we didn't even know how it went. 3 months lockdown, nobody knew how it went. Sitting in front of the computer, he took us through some process with Paramashivoham. So now it is the Akashic reading, and he's giving us solutions to what is happening. Devi is such a compassionate being, Madhuri. Recently, I want to share one thing. See, we have a small volunteer group here and maintaining the temple, and we have devotees, but the volunteer group is a smaller group. And then we have huge devotee, the deities coming to the temple. And I'm thinking, how am I going to make it happen? We want to do like Kumbhabhishekam, and how can we make it happen? I was like almost, then I said, why should I fear? I should ask Devi for blessing, right? So I write to Devi, and I I don't even know whether Devi will answer. I was just praying. And sure, Devi answers. And I don't know whether you all saw it, such a big blessing. When I got that blessing, something like I had so much energy. I don't know where it came from. All that energy, I can do this. Make it happen. See, like Bhagavad Gita, in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, you do the work and I'll make it happen. I'll take care of the results, right? That's literally happening in our lives. I'm sure you all experienced. I am experiencing through temple. So you just have to say yes. And I have been saying yes to Swamiji whenever he gives me and that is what expands me every time. I share with the volunteers how when you say yes to the master, how it expands you. And he takes care of it. You don't need to worry about how the process is going to do, how much result I'm going to get. Nothing. You don't have to worry about it. You have somebody backing you up all the time and looking over you. Literally, ma. Whether I'm driving a long distance by myself, which I never did before, or doing anything, I see why I have to fear. He's with me. Why I just have to do the step and he's doing it, right? So so that's what it is, ma. Basically, that's all I can express because it's a journey of I'm not saying there is no difficulties or anything. Difficulties come,
Absolutely, ma. Actually, ma, Shivananda, ma, actually you being in the US and when you're seeing how this, like how even for this level, even when you drive your car at that speed, you don't have a fear because you know he's there with you. Now, talking with this, how do you feel about when he is doing this such immense humanitarian effort for protecting people from COVID-19? What is your view on this? What is the experience on this?
See, ma, the experience is, the mother, how the Prakriti, mother, Parashakti, is, she has created this and she is coming in his form to warn us and to tell us how to save ourselves. And all we have to, he says, you can go to your Adinams, like in Kailasha right now, Adi Kailasha. For people in India, you go there. I have made a ship and I am there to save you. And in our logical mind, ma, lot of times our logic says that, oh, this all is not real, but we are stuck in Maya, right? And we won't even realize the danger. And here is Parashakti Devi telling us what we should do, what is the next step we should take. And but I think the people are covered by Maya so much. Even Devi comes in her own form. We are not realizing it. See, the mind comes in. Like, I was thinking, even for me, like this much I have gone and learned about everything with Swamiji. Is still a lot more learning. It's only a little bit I have learned. But even in that, the mind comes in. See, like when I'm given a job to do, I feel like, oh my God, how am I going to do? The first thing is the mind. And then you have to overcome it. Mind or the master, Swamiji said. Mind always takes over. And Swamiji says, mind is like Saguni. He will pose it as your friend, but he will destroy you. But that is how we are stuck in this ma. So for us to realize this, Devi is with us. Maya has to be removed from us. So we only can pray to her to move that because she only can take away the Maya also. I feel any time when I feel anything, I feel, oh God, please take that away from me. I just need to be in oneness with you, with the consciousness.
Actually, Shivananda, and just listening to your sharing, this makes me a little bit more curious to ask you this one question because we have so many viewers. We have Sanjay Vekaria, Ayama, Asha Ramdat,
all of whom are responding, they're saying what a lovely sharing. They're able to resonate with you so much as to how Swamiji is with each and every one of us. I just have one question that I would like to ask you. Given that since 2004 you have seen Swamiji, and actually the first ever temple that Swamiji built outside of India was in Ohio, which is where you are leading right now, and you have seen how the temple happened from the scratch. How Swamiji built the temple from the scratch. So I just have one question on this. Seeing from 2004, all the sacrifices that Swamiji did, all the tyaga, all the amount of responsibility Swamiji took, the hard work that Swamiji put in as an incarnation, not just removing us out of Maya, not just giving us a spiritual protection, but even at a very physical level, attending to our basic needs, like doing annadan or doing conducting homas, rituals, everything, like sitting and carving a deity. And even in Ohio, like the whole Prana Pratishtha, how Swamiji himself sat and performed the homa, everything. And so ever temple that Swamiji built outside of India was in Ohio, which is where you are living right now, and you're seeing how the temple happened from the scratch.
Seema,
So I just have one question on this.
yes.
From 2004, all the sacrifices that Swamiji did, all the tyaga, all the amount of responsibility Swamiji took, the hard work that Swamiji put in as an incarnation, not just removing us out of Maya, not just giving us a spiritual protection, but even at a very physical level, attending to our basic needs, like doing annadan or doing conducting homas, rituals, everything, like sitting and carving a deity. And even in Ohio, like the whole Prana Pratishtha, how Swamiji himself sat and performed the homa, everything. And so yes, sorry for the technical glitch. Looks like our audio broke up in between. Yes, Ma Shivananda, you can go ahead and now share, Ma.
Yes, Ma. See, how even to bring the temple. See, every time he has to build it from.
So I just have one question on this. Yes. From 2004, all the sacrifices that Swami.
It's being repeated, I think, now.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
We really apologize for this technical glitch. Hope our audio is clearer now. I think there was a loop, like whatever we said was repeating. We apologize for this technical glitch. Sorry, Ma Shivananda. Really apologizing, Ma. Looks like even our computer became curious to know, and it kept repeating the question on loop. So yes, Ma, I think now you have to share with all of us and tell us your journey, and you can answer the question.
Yes, Ma. So even to bring the temple, Ma, it's not like a regular temple. You have to really bring for us to understand the basic understanding of deity, temple, he really taught us one by one how to dress up the deities, how to clean up. I mean, our temples, you have seen, they're all so clean, how deities are respected so, how we live with the deities. So even though that science he had to teach us, and he traveled so much, so much. I can't believe how much he traveled to really pick the people and make them understand and to be par. It sometimes, if I think back, how much patience he had to teach us all this. And we were like ignorant people. Even now we are ignorant, but how much he has to show us step by step. He came to our level, our level, to make us understand. We are stuck in Maya. He comes to our level and attend to this nitty-gritty things. Ours, my backache, my neck ache, these are all our problems, right? But he took care of that with the minute level and took us. I mean, I have traveled with him. Even everywhere he will teach us awareness. And he will, he'll say, I have to, how he guides us, and how he inspires us. Only totally his inspiration, that is keeping me going every time. I don't see anything as a problem. I only see as a solution. Everything. How he has his hard work. And anytime I say, I'm working a lot and I feel, no, I'm not even working a minute amount what Swamiji does. I'm like little ant while he's like a big elephant or more, right? I'm not even doing that. And I'm sure all of you feel that. Where is our work? Nothing compared to him. And how he has to work with our stupid minds. Sorry to use the word, but it is, our mind is so powerful, and he has to bring us back sometime and attend to it, the silly things, and how he has raised us, each individual. Now he has millions of followers. At that time, he raised, handful of people. But look at now, he has millions of followers, and he's raising them. He's showing them that I can't hear you. I can't hear you. The audio is not audible.
Hope it's coming now, ma. Hope the audio is coming now.
Yeah, now I can. Yeah.
Sorry, actually, just like how so beautifully you are sharing, right? Like from, even starting from a deity, how he had to teach, like how even that minute level, one by one at a time, training them, putting so much of hard work, doing sacrifice of everything else, just focus just for saving humanity. Today, this large ship that he has built, the conscious ship he has built, just to save the lives of so many, literally save humanity. He is the only hope for humanity. How are you feeling about, I would just like to hear from you, mom, because you might be seeing how this COVID came and disrupted the whole world order has changed, and it is literally, it has taken a toll over the world.
And also, I would like to add just one point. What you're asking, about this whole COVID, and one important point that Ma Shivananda made, I would like to highlight is she said Swamiji is not just taking care in the spiritual level, but also coming down to our level in where we exist, in what we do, teaching a simple awareness or attending to us the basic nitty-gritties and details. From that context, as Ma Tatsupriya is asking about the COVID, how he has opened it up, I would also just like you to add how you see now. You are sharing, right, how it is not just handful of people, it is millions of people that Swamiji is attending to. How do you see this whole, how Swamiji has opened up all the Kailasas for people, attending to the most basic needs, right from providing internet to people, for people to continue their work from wherever, whatever they are doing, continuing their work from home, living in Adi Kailasa and quarantining there. So
actually, what I was also going to ask is in similar lines, because you will be seeing a lot of deaths that has happened due to COVID. Like literally the whole thing has changed. The people whom you would have interacted with earlier, suddenly you would hear the news, their father died, their mother died, or someone close to them died. And it's like, especially people like living as an NRI, meaning a non-residential Indian outside, like in the US you're living, and knowing about like, maybe the relatives or people who are in India, all these different situations that are happening. And at this time, when everybody else has closed their doors, every country is literally shut their doors for India, right?
Yes.
Like there's travel restrictions, telling there's no solution, literally. It is even, despite of the persecutions, Swamiji is the only one who has opened up all his own homes for saving humanity. Now, just like the point that you shared, how he comes down to our level to protect us, to save us. Would like to hear from you. How do you see this whole like scenario that's happening right now? One side, the deaths that are happening, the other side, the avatar coming down to save us. He's opening the doors of his home. I would like to hear from you, Ma.
See, Ma, when you're living so far away from your families, and you are first thing is fear. Fear will come. And look at how Swamiji opened this Parashakti reading. So he has done Kalabhairava reading for us. He has all the Nijavatara readings, Venkateshwara and everything. So now he is, as Parashakti, he is feeling us like that. I am there to protect, because she is the mother, Amma, even, I feel like she is my mother, like she's protecting me. I don't have to worry about it. I just, that compassion when people are fear stricken, how every day she gives darshan to people, and how people are, able to. I don't think any of his devotees have any fear, I feel, because they are protected by his womb, I would say, like he says, my devotees never perish. Not only his devotees, he's opened, how you all know, like last year itself, he said that prepare Adi Kailash for this.
Exactly.
All the farming and procurement of food, how much he, as only a mother can think about all that, to protect her children, how rice is procured, how vegetable is procured. He, to that nitty-gritty level of this human body, what it needs. I mean, we can all say, oh, it is pralaya, it can be done, what is this life, next life, you can take like all that, people, but not like that. Now we need to live, we need to get enlightenment in this life. And what are we here for in this human body? He makes us understand how it is important to see. When COVID was starting, Swami said, go by the law of the land. First thing he said, law of the land to all of us. Whatever they say, don't go outside. See, he's Parashakti. He can say, oh, I can protect you. You can all go anywhere. No, he told us to be following integrity, authenticity. Then you follow the law of the land. I am there to protect you. So he is, Nijavatar means he is really taking care of it every moment for the whole world, where where you are, not everybody can travel. So he has established Kailashas all over, like Ohio, Kailasha, Los Angeles, and so wherever it is you are going there, you can go there and get protection. Not only that, in Adi Kailasha, he has prepared 1 year before, thinking.
Exactly, Ma. That's actually that's a beautiful point that you highlighted, because 1 year before itself, he started. Actually, if you remember, Ma, the whole Vaidya Sarovar, as how they will 12 years before he started it, prepared the alchemy product. That's something like really amazing. And even now, see, okay, the whole, so many people attacked from that country, like so much persecution had happened, so many assassination attempts had happened.
And
Can't,
compassion.
yes, absolutely, like just for to saving humanity, despite of the persecution, despite of the attacks, he still saves people. He still opens his house, all his houses, his own homes.
Where he was driven out from his own home, and he's giving protection there for everybody.
Exactly, ma. Exactly. And like I said, no words can describe this divine compassion.
Parashakti herself is coming, and people who want to experience that should ask Amma. See, when I was asking the question to Amma, I was feeling, I don't know whether I'm wasting her time. I don't know, but I just asked just for a blessing for the temple events to go good. And such a big blessing, Ma. I was experiencing, oh my God, overwhelmed. The compassion of the mother. Swamiji will say as a master, if you take a few steps, I'll take 1,000 steps towards you. You take 2 steps towards me, I will take. So that's how I felt, Ma, that day.
Wow.
What do you do? You take shower you with this. That is what the compassion of the master. I can only get tears when I feel gratitude towards him. That's nothing else, ma. Just so much gratitude I have for
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Actually, it
Ma.
is so beautiful just listening to this. And we have so many viewers on YouTube who are commenting that how much they're able to connect to what you are sharing. We have even Sanjay Vekaria here who had actually commented saying, like how you are saying, Krishna was available, made himself, manifested himself to attend to 111 Gopika and each one. Like that, now somebody is making himself available to attend to all of us. Each and the millions of us that are connecting to him. It was such a beautiful sharing. Thank you so much, Ma Shivananda. Thank you so much for your time. And thank you so much for coming here to share your experience with Swamiji.
For giving this opportunity, Swamiji, and you guys for giving me this opportunity to share my beautiful sharing. Thank you, Ma.
Thank you, Ma. Nithyanandam.
Nithyananda.
Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam. Sorry for the technical glitch. Nithyanandam, welcome to Nithyananda TV.
Nithyanandam, thank you so much for having me. It's such a blessing and an honor. Sure. I'm from the Midwest Sangha. I've been with Swamiji for about 4.5 years. I am, and it is all because of Swamiji. I've been blessed so abundantly by Swamiji that even words cannot describe.
That's wonderful, Ma. And can you share, I'm sorry, I missed what you had said. Can you share a little bit about your backgrounds and what you do?
Sure. So I work with lots of different people. I work with plant medicine. I consult with people about different ways of improving their health and wealth abundance and how to improve their life by taking a spiritual approach. I'm a spiritual entrepreneur because I really enjoy dabbling in many different things as long as it's to benefit humanity. This is my mission, my goal, and it is all because of Swamiji. Every single bit of it, every step.
That's beautiful.
Yes,
So
Mom.
how did you get connected to Swamiji, Ma?
Wow, that's like a love story. That's a beautiful love story. Swamiji just enriched my life so beautifully. I saw him on a YouTube video in November of 2016, and from there it was just incredible. I just had to meet him. I just had to be in Vidadi, and I made it happen the following year. And I was able to spend, a 21-day inner awakening with him and 2 other beautiful, incredibly beautiful people. And so many of them I still have the beautiful connections with, and we speak often, very often. Just such a beautiful, beautiful space. He uprooted me, uplifted me out of my life. I really strongly believe it was a very low vibrational space, and just knew that I needed to be in another space altogether. Wow. So uprooted and shifted me out, shook my life around. And in 1 year, the whole life exploded, and just blessings after blessings after blessings, and so many beautiful, powerful cognitions landing and guiding me to the next step. So each step, each layer was discovered right before him. Every time I talk about him, forgive me, I'm like a big baby. All I want to do is cry and tell him how much I love him.
That's beautiful, Ma. It's his love showering on you that is making you experience your love for him.
Yes. Yes, Ma. Yes.
So can you share a little bit about your experiences either with Swamiji or, like you've said, in the past 4 years, you've had such a huge breakthroughs in your life, and then, of course, with Devi Parashakti herself.
So with Devi Parashakti, I didn't have a direct or a comment or a question answer. However, just like Ma Corina says, it's the same thing. Every time someone is blessed, someone's wishes or boons are fulfilled, and it's literally like a tatastu on my heart, on my soul, on my ever being. So I'm constantly being showered. I really don't even have words. It's constant. It's direct communication. Swamiji says, keep his murti in your room. His murti is in my room. And I am legitimately always talking to him, always expressing my deepest gratitude and all of my frustrations, my angers, my injustices that are happening in the world. And every day is like the next, gives great joy to people around me. I feel like the beautiful healing energy that he initiated me with Dinetra, it's like so incredibly powerful. And every day and every moment I get a chance to share. Parashakti is sharing is so incredible, because you don't hear this on media. You don't hear this in the world. You're not. And if you do hear it, it's maybe in a very small mindset of people that are talking about this. But here we have a huge, massive community that is effortlessly talking about it and being open and changing their life. Daily we are changing the way that we expand our life by doing mucus detox, by doing our panchakriyas, doing our meditations, listening to satsang, talking to each other, having vakya sadas between each other. It's just with is the ability to speak in the name of love and in the name of his mission. And he also has empowered my heart to become full, incredibly full, so I can share my love for people and humanity. He's given me a mindset, a business mindset, something I didn't even think I was ever going to do or had it in me to even think about doing, because I was just so stunted in growth. Although knew that, I wanted to achieve all of these things, I just never thought that I had the will or the persistence or the super determinism to make this happen. He gave me these words, these powerful cognitions that I can articulate and actually do. That's the beauty. Yeah, that's really awesome.
You are
so awesome.
You are eloquently articulating his teachings and his blessings in your life, and clearly you're radiating everything he's been teaching. So it's really beautiful, Ma. So can you share your experience during this pandemic, how your life has been so different maybe from your friends or family who don't necessarily have Swamiji in their life right now, and you're still experiencing so many breakthroughs?
Sure. I had a beautiful opportunity to work with a lot of different kinds of people of all different kinds of sicknesses and livelihoods. So I've had the opportunity to see what COVID has done to so many people. It's destroying lives. It's creating a fear-based society. It's showing scarcity. But amongst all of that negative stuff, there's still this incredible, powerful space that says, we don't have to live like this anymore. Swamiji has showed us that, he has prepared us so many years in advance with the mindset, with the cognitions to surpass this negative vibration that's coming in super hard. So, just definitely being able to share these beautiful cognitions with people, telling them, not to be afraid, but to clean your body, to eat healthy, to not eat meat, to do all of the things that he's asked us to do, make sure we have clean drinking water, preparing ourselves for the future, but living in the now. And that means being healthy and being cognitively aware and having super conscious breakthroughs and all of these things. So I have had this opportunity to share those powerful cognitions with others. And so when I do feel like, and I have been in the root of the COVID experience, nobody has been affected within my circle or within my community that I know of, except patients that are outside of my own, life. But to see what they might have been going through, to see what their lives were like before COVID, really gave them spending more time with your children, not having the grind of work every single day, realizing that, we don't have to live like this. There's no, we can absolutely come beyond that, rise above that, and live and become spiritual. And spiritual doesn't mean necessarily, to meditate, and all this is to be cognitively aware. And that's all of these beautiful deities that come to us to give us darshan, these are reflections of us, so we can take on the role, the phase of them. I just love Swamiji so much. And I love my Sangha so much, and I love Hinduism so much. I just feel like every single person on planet Earth should be experiencing this breakthrough in all facets of life.
That's beautiful, Ma. And what would you like to share with, what would you share with them about having Swamiji in your life, especially during this global pandemic, where people are living in so much of fear, how you've experienced, a state beyond all of this and just having continuous breakthroughs?
So what I would say to someone just looking in, it's so important to know that you are loved. You are loved beyond your even wildest imagination. You are so loved by cosmos. You're so loved by the Divine Mother. I'm not really, going into a personal aspect of, just having a relationship with my own mother. Don't really have a relationship with my own mother. So there's many things that I think in my life that attributed to some of my incompletions, but for real, to be like just in her presence and watching her face is literally like your mom's hand on your head, or dabaing you on your lap, or it's like giving you so much love, like just for my own children too, always letting them know in the gentle, beautiful, graceful demeanor Swamiji speaks to us and Deva Parashakti speaks to us. I do and replicate the same thing in my own life. My children are a direct reflection of who I am. And so that in itself, I'm sharing everything that he's sharing with me, I'm sharing with my children, whether or not they're completely in. I'm invested 100%. And eventually it'll get to this space that the people around me and then the new people that are coming in and people who are watching now just know that you are intensely loved. You are immensely loved. Your heart is in the palm. I just learned this really cool cliche. It's in the lap of luxury. I feel like Swamiji is so beautiful. Just know that you're loved. You may not have a relationship with your family. You may not have a good job. You may not have the best health. You may not have, but if you just believe that you are loved, all of those things will change.
Absolutely. And can you share a little bit about, seeing this, how Swamiji's been showering love on every single being, not just devotees or disciples, but anyone. Devi has been blessing any being who's asking or wanting to receive the blessings, and just opening herself up day in, day out, tirelessly attending to people. Swamiji's opened up his own homes, accepting everybody, giving them not just spiritual guidance and protection, but literally physical protection. How does this make you feel when you see his immense compassion?
It absolutely blows me away. And I posted it on Instagram all the time. I'm a social media junkie right now, and I'm all about sharing all of this knowledge. And when I saw and heard that Swamiji had opened up his adhinams to people, anybody for, triple quarantine, that's huge. That's not like little, that's massive. That's like what billionaires and millionaires should be doing right now. That's what our government should be doing right now. This is what people who have lots and lots of money, because people who don't have lots of money are still doing things like that too. We're still giving to people, but Swamiji, he's prepared this. He's been talking about this for like 3 years, I think. How to change, how to activate, be a part of the Sangha. When this happened, he would be prepared for it. And even though he's not even in India, that's what blows me away, right? Yes. He's doing all of this amazing saving. He's saving us. He's saving our lives. And to be able to protect the people of India, that really blows me away. They were stolen. Everything was stolen from them when COVID hit. Livelihood was stopped. Their jobs were stopped. They couldn't get any medical care. There's, political issues. There's all sorts of things, but his womb.
Yes, exactly. It's the only place where humanity will be able to be guaranteed protection. And living in his breathing space and literally raising during this time of crisis rather than sinking into suffering like the rest of the world.
Yes. Imagine the kind of people are going to come out.
Exactly.
Right? This is the starting of his real ecosystem, I'm going to cry right now. Just thinking about it, like, that's just so incredible. How are you so incredible? Like, you're the most incredible, the most compassionate. You're opening up your home, your womb, your life, your being for us.
Exactly.
Who would do that except God?
Exactly, Ma. There's no words to really describe Swamiji's compassion, and he's literally here to save humanity. And if the sooner we realize that, the sooner that we will raise ourselves, and the sooner that we will be able to receive his blessings.
Yes, Ma. And I believe, like all of us, the ones that are outside in the world, we are radiating him also very, very much.
Absolutely.
So, we are part of the womb. And so we want to nourish, and we will nourish each and every person that comes into our contact. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Exactly, Ma. And can you share a little bit more about, a specific experience that you might have had either in the past few months during this whole pandemic, or even since you've met Swamiji in the past 4 or 5 years, how, maybe a specific breakthrough or blessing or boon that Swamiji has given you?
Idea to an invention, from an invention to a materializing, from materializing to absolutely living out it. So this gradual experience, and the greatest part, it never took time. It took ambiance. And I tell people this all the time, like, things can happen when all of the elements are put together and everything is in the right space. It will just happen. So that's the cognition that he gave me. And these are continuous things that have happened. A new job, a new idea that raised out of that. Then now I resigned from my company that I used to work with for, literally 4 years. The moment that he came into my life, I was introduced to a new company. I had a new breakthrough. So many of the things that I've always dreamed about doing, not even just, honestly, I didn't even dream about some of these things. These were things that he just implanted in me, like, you can do this. Yeah, you can do this. Yeah, you can do this. 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 And it was just constant and deeper and deeper and deeper I've gone. And it may at some moments felt scary, but now it doesn't feel that way. Now I feel like, oh, I know when it's about to happen. So like my energy level is super high. I don't sleep for a little while. All of a sudden it's this beautiful breakthrough. So I just resigned from a beautiful company that I worked for, and created a beautiful ambiance based on Swamiji completely. And then went into another opportunity, just recently opened up my own business. I'm sharing living water with the world. That in itself is blowing me away, because I was introduced to this water through my Sangha. Just, it's too much. It really is too much, too many blessings, one after the other. And
that's what life at Swamiji is like, though.
Yes, it's true. It's true. Like, no concept of time. Because for most people, like, what I've been through would take, like, out the door 4 years.
And that's actually a really good point you've made, Ma. It's like, people think that manifesting what they want in their life takes time. People feel that, it may be in a few years, and they keep delaying. But with Swamiji in their life, with Swamiji continuously guiding and blessing and giving all the boons, there's anytime it will just manifest. It's just your decision to let him manifest through you.
That's absolutely correct, Ma. You said it perfectly.
And so you during this pandemic were able to complete a job that Swamiji had given you and start your own business at a time where most people are losing their jobs, losing their business. You are expanding during the pandemic.
Yes, expanding, and including different aspects of expansion. So expanding, health wise, I've never been the healthiest in my life. And being able to utilize and create products that have the recommendations of what Swamiji uses, like ashwagandha, triphala, haritaki. These are creating just this whole environment has been, it's just so enriching, Ma. It's just too good. Like,
that's beautiful. You're able to create this spirituality, but even in your job, you're able to live this lifestyle and share it with the world.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I don't, that people think maybe I'm a little crazy sometimes, but crazy is good. Crazy is wild. Crazy is adventurous, creative, inspiring, enriching, all of those things. The ability to speak, the ability to share, the ability to share knowledge, and just to be, the leader that he is. If you didn't know him, you would still think he was an amazing leader.
Absolutely.
Right? Because his whole demeanor shares that. It radiates that. So I want to be in his vision always.
Absolutely. It's like even his enemies can't deny the type of leader he is and what kind of inspiration he puts in people.
It's true. It's so true.
And but you were saying you've had a lot of breakthroughs in your health. Can you share a little bit more about that?
Sure. Meet family. I definitely went vegetarian for a long time and then came back and lived in that low cognition, low vibrational space. Felt like, things were going wrong, things, my gaining weight, skin didn't look good, my hair wasn't growing. I ended up shaving my head because I wanted to donate it, but I couldn't donate it because it was unhealthy at one time. And so many things, like I had surgery on my knees because I had meniscus and ACL surgery. I had some, edema in my right ankle. I've had some back issues. I have twins that are going to be 18 in December. So, I had a tailbone that was broken from childbirth, like all of these things. But what he did for me in terms of my health is he gave me the right knowledge base to correct, even though I'm not really crazy about the taste, but I love it so much because I know the power of haritaki, right? My panchakriya, my enema, ability to correct all of these things in such a short period of time. Like, illness is not lifelong, but it is very curable, things that you can change. Yes, I'm sorry, Mom, I will go keep going.
No, that's okay. That's really beautiful, Ma, that, in every aspect of your life that he's given you blessings and boons and you've been able to just have so many breakthroughs. Thank you so much, Ma, for sharing. And we really appreciate you coming and joining us and sharing your experiences and blessings and boons with everybody.
Thank you very much, Ma. It's such a pleasure. I'm so honored, and I love Swamiji so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you.
Nithyananda.
All right. Thank you so much. Dear viewers, we will be taking a short break.
Nithyanandam. Welcome back, dear viewers. And just after this short break, and we all of us just listened to a very beautiful segment on how the avatar at this times of the pandemic has extended his own inner space, his own homes, as the Kailasas just to protect people from the pandemic, from the pralaya. Now, during these times of pralaya, humanity at large has been going through a lot. The pralaya has taken a toll on humanity, be it mental health disorders, be it the economic downfall in so many countries, the economic crash down in so many countries, and be it people struggling with relationships, people struggling with health, mental health, physical health, people struggling with careers, and it has affected the whole humanity at large, where thousands are in dire need of a solution. Now, at this time, during this whole pandemic, the whole pralaya, what humanity needs, what people need is just someone, some healing, someone to usher the future, someone to heal, and someone to show them their path, show them the solutions. Of course, who else but the Cosmic Mother can heal thousands of people, seeing her own children suffer, seeing so many people go through it. As the avatar, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism took it upon himself, manifesting the divine Cosmic Mother to attend to each and every one of us every day, tirelessly sitting and attending to people asking questions about their past, present, future, people asking guidances about their career, their path, their lifestyle, their choices, people asking questions and blessings for their whole economic growth, people asking questions for them to be able to manifest desires, relationship in every Parash, manifesting pontiff of Hinduism and answering to thousands and thousands of lives, giving them boons, answering their prayers, blessing them with all the powerful cognitions, powers, and ultimately manifesting the enlightenment itself. In this segment, we are going to be having some of these blessed beings, the blessed souls, who had the greatest of blessing to have been directly interacted with Devi Parashakti herself, receiving boons from her. These sharings are going to be extremely special because the way Devi flows, fulfills into each and every of her child's life is just so profound. And today, joining with us, we have Manitya Parameshwarananda. Nithyanandamma, if you could just unmute yourself.
Sorry. Yes. Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandamma, so happy to have you here. And I can just see the joy and smile on your face that just lit up when you said how Devi addressed and directly answers to each and every being. So,
yes.
and especially for you, it was not something small. I'm sure everybody, when you share, will remember that blessing that Devi gave, how she accepted the offering to this day, keeping up a little bit about where you are from, how long you have known Swamiji. Would you just want to introduce yourself?
Yes. My name is Parameshwarananda. I am from Los Angeles and I have been connected with Swamiji since 2007 when I met him first in Jain Center when he spoke on Jain Sutras, and I literally felt that he just came there to just get me to be enlightened by him. I didn't know, but I was just so magnified with his presence and started all experience so many healing and everything. I don't want to get into that because that will take another hour or more. But that was in 2007. So I am just connected to Swamiji since then. I started listening to him and just taking his all eyes, everything. But I want to share about the experience that I had just, I think it's a couple of months ago where when there was an enlightenment day. And he was sharing in satsang only that beautifully how Devi chooses her own jewelries. Like when someone offers, she particularly chooses the jewelry and wears herself, and how auspicious it is. And that really touched me. And I was thinking of offering this to Swamiji, but that time I just decided and texted Ma Gnanatma Swami, and then we texted back and forth, and it just quickly, I was so ready to give my own memory that I kept holding. And it was from my past husband who passed away now many years ago. And I was holding into it, and then I said, what a nice way that I can offer this to Devi Parashakti, who is the ultimate, and so we did it, and it was so fast that everything happened that just in like a week or so, I saw Swamiji wearing on his, I just started crying, seeing that on his jata, I mean, to Devi's jata, sorry, him and Devi all same. So, but then I wrote, well, actually, yeah, I wrote that, thank you, Devi, to accept this, and then Devi said that your husband is going to be liberated, and he is with me, and he is getting Sayujya Mukti. And you also, so, and I'll take care of you and whole family. These blessings that Swamiji was showering, but I was really shocked that how he took care of my husband after all these years that he hasn't even met him. And to think of giving him liberation, I never even imagined that when I offered. So I'm so grateful to Swamiji to giving me this opportunity, and offering, I might accept my offering and liberate him, So that's my story. And every time I see Swamiji wear that, it just gives me goosebumps, and I feel so blessed by Devi to wear that. That's something that I have worn, that I never imagined that the incarnation, the Devi in Swamiji, that is accepting and wearing, so it's a beautiful feeling.
Actually, like as you were sharing, like Devi actually had blessed saying that every time you see that the jewel, that diamond that you have offered, that when I wear it on my jatas, when it is just on my jatas, as like decorating my jatas as Shiromani, right? And
Shiromani,
when it is there,
yes.
yeah,
Yes.
when it is there on my jatas, you will remember how your husband is always in oneness with me. Oh my God, it's
Yes.
it's just, I don't know how to put it into words, because it's just too amazing.
And now he's not only wearing on jatas, but he's wearing on his neck also. And that's like double blessings. I said, oh my God, Devi is wearing, the thing that something I had which had no value, but now it is tremendous, unbelievable value to it, to see it. Yes, ma.
So true, Ma. Ma, actually,
Thank you.
you know,
Yes.
just to attain this space of liberation, the Sayujya Mukti that you said, where Devi herself accepted that, and you said so beautifully how you felt, something that you were wearing, something that you, after your husband left the body, there was something in you that was, you know, disturbed. There was some part in you which needed healing. And
Yes.
you very beautifully shared how you felt when Avatar himself accepted that small piece of gel and gave you that greatest of boon. People need to do siddhas and even yogis do penance for thousands of years together to attain that space of liberation. They do for hundreds of years. To attain that Sayujya Mukti from with Devi Parashakti. Here, Swamiji is just so compassionate, sitting and attending to each and every one of us. Like you shared, Mark, to each and every viewer, I feel you should also share the perspective of how it helped you heal your inner space. You were sharing about how even after your husband's passing, there was some incompletion in your, something in you which was sitting,
Yes.
which
Yes.
for a very long time, unattended
Yes.
component.